Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. My name is Asmogan and we're continuing our journey through Hogwarts and Slytherin. Oh, Dragonis is first today. Greetings, my friend. How are you? Your wife is making pizza. Nice. Nice. Look like a nerd? I do. I mean, I always do. You know, I think the beard at least kind of slightly offshoots it. Slightly. Not by much. Fortunately, it's hard to hide nerd underneath the beard. Not that I really need to hide it. I mean, I'm pretty open about being smart. Okay. I think that's the new best handle for the wand, by the way. This one was the best for the longest time. This was kind of like a good runner-up. I really liked how that one looked, but that one, that's how we do it. Now. So, oh, there's some jitteriness here. There it goes, smoothed out. Now then, where were we? Oh, yes. Looks like a screw. Yes. Because I'm going to screw my enemies to death from a distance. Alright. So, hold up real quick here. Now, in terms of the game so far, we've made some pretty solid progress. I don't think we're very far in the actual main story, but I've certainly done quite a bit of side content so far, a lot of side quests. I'm trying to get those last three Daedalin keys, because they're eluding me currently. And I did a little bit of side grinding on the side. I did not progress to MSQ whatsoever, but I did a little bit of side leveling in the world. This morning when I first woke up, getting ready for work. And, yeah. This game is effing amazing. It's very good. It's very good. Only thing it needs right now is a little bit more optimization. That and in a future DLC, hopefully get some Quidditch. In case you want to buy this game, I mean, I would recommend it if you have a PlayStation 5 or hardware that's equal to or better than a GTX 2080 Super as for a PC. Generally speaking, it's a solid game for sure. The first hour is perfectly optimized. The moment you hit Hogwarts and like the actual open world area is when things really start to kind of hit the optimization front. But even that being said, off stream, I can play this game on high to ultra graphics. On stream, I can play it on high graphics if I turn everything else off. Like no browser open, no OBS, but no Discord. Basically, the only things I have open right now on my PC, just to try and maintain as high a quality of the game as possible, is I have OBS to stream it in performance mode, and I have the game open. That's about it. Don't ever rely or expect a day one patch to fix things, Brunny. I appreciate the optimism, though. It's pretty optimized for modern games, miners. This would be considered dog shit optimization like 10-15 years ago. But compared to the things that have come out in the last 10 to 5 years, this might as well be like the gold standard for optimization. I mean, there's been no game crashes for me whatsoever. The worst I've experienced is frame rate drops. The frames do drop while I'm streaming to about 30 FPS at times, and there's a lot of texture pop in. If I play off stream, I get a smooth, perfect 60 FPS. on high graphics. So, it's pretty good. It's just, it does lag. I imagine if I had just a regular 2080 and not a 2080 Super graphics card, I would have to play it on medium graphics. That's how just over the line I am with my hardware. This does require within the last 2 or so generations of graphics cards to run optimally. If you're running like a 1080 or a 1060, I imagine this game is hard to play even on medium to low graphics. Oftentimes, day one patches, especially these days, do fuck up games way more than they fix them. More often than not. So that's why I'm not at all relying on that to fix the issues. If we do get a day one patch and it does fix the issues, obviously I'm not going to complain. I'm going to be like, all right, awesome. But I'm not like expecting that. I will be pleasantly I'll be pleasantly surprised if we do get a day one patch that actually fixes anything. But generally speaking, there's nothing too much to fix. Like I said, it's compared to the last like 10 or 5 years of gaming, this has barely anything to fix at all. It's just some frame rate drops. If you have like a slightly older graphics card. I've heard consoles are also having the issue, so apparently it's not just PC, but I can't confirm that. I don't have it on console. Double A, I have no interest in talking about Rings of Power. I am happy to pretend it doesn't exist. See, even speaking its name makes me cough. It's evil. I feel like I just said Satan's name. Yeah. Anyway, on to the game. Now, in terms of finding the Daedalin keys, I have had very little luck finding the last 3. I've pretty much found every single flu network there is. And, well, no, it looks like I missed one, the hospital wing. But outside of the hospital wing, I pretty much found all of them. And that's probably where the last ones are. Not all 3. I'd be surprised if all 3 are in one spot. But, yeah, I've not run into... Let's check the library again. But generally speaking, those last 3 are really eluding me. Well, Dragonis, that, again, it depends on what... I think it depends on your hardware. If your PC has a 2080 Super or better, it works great. If you don't, then it's PlayStation 5. It's pretty much as simple as that. Like, does your PC have that or better for a build for a GPU? Then you're golden. It works great on PC. If you're got anything less than that, I would go for PlayStation 5. And even then, PlayStation 5 isn't perfect, from what I hear. Now, Daedalin keys.
Revelio.
No, but I found a chest. Silver lining.
Lumos.
Really?
Revelio. Lumos.
Ah, sneaky. Alright, come here, little bugger. Let's put you back where you belong. Mine. Level 20. I'm halfway to max level. Yeah! Oh yeah, by the way, max level in this game apparently is level 40. I looked it up because I was curious, because I wasn't sure quite to what extent the levels go for the game, but it goes to max of level 40. That is max level in Hogwarts Legacy. Nice.
Revelio.
Nobody question me while I go to the restricted section.
Revelio.
Damn it. I still gotta get a Lohomora at some point. A lot of barriers in this school are everywhere simply because of Lohomora. Oh, you. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Bye-bye.
Revelio. Levioso. Accio. Incendio. Wingardium Leviosa. Depulso.
I know that's been a thing I need to be looking for lately, but I don't know what I need to do with it.
Revelio. Levioso.
Thank you. You'll get that spell, but it's a few main quests in. Oh, yeah. Got a light spell? Yes.
Lumos.
Lumos. Welcome, Joey Tang. You'll unlock the orb later on? Ah, okay.
Revelio.
Yeah. I have been doing a lot of side grinding because there's a lot of stuff in this game. And I will say this so far about the game. I do have one thing that I do worry about, and I may be wrong, I don't know. But I do think that the replayability of this game I've already been in there. Can't go back in there yet. I'm just looking for the data link keys. But one thing I'm worried about in terms of this game for its replayability is a huge part of leveling in this game is the exploration elements. In other open world RPG style games, while collectathon side quests and side activities do exist and they do give XP, normally in RPGs and those kinds of things, the main way to gain XP and gain levels is grinding mobs and doing fighting and combat and having that combat loop be the core gameplay. And I do worry about that for this game. Not because the combat's bad, the combat's actually great. It's just that that's not a way for you to practically power level. The best way to level in this game is doing the collectathon. Now, collectathons, unlike a combat loop, aren't as satisfying to do in terms of like a leveling system. Because it's fun to do initially, don't get me wrong, my first playthrough, this is great. But my fear is on a second playthrough, I'm just gonna hate it. Because I've already collected all of this stuff. So why would I want to do it on a second playthrough yet again? Because it's the exact same thing. Whereas in a combat loop, it's a loop. It's designed to be this repetitive task there, but it's fun. There's strategy. There's slight variations into it that make it feel interesting. But in a second playthrough, but with a collectathon, you're collecting the exact same things in the exact same locations with the exact same abilities. So it's not really, and there's no loop to it as much as it's just repeating the exact same thing over again. So I feel bad for anybody who wants to play this game for all of the Hogwarts houses. Let's say you want to make a Slytherin, a Gryffindor, a Hufflepuff, and a Ravenclaw character. And I think most people who are going to play this game will. They will make one version for each of the different houses to see what variations that provides. But that collectathon leveling experience, I think, is going to get old by the second playthrough, if not the first. Because as much as I am enjoying it right now, I just see it not being enjoyable the second time around, and I can see it being downright infuriating if you're trying to do 4 playthroughs. Trying to think if there's anywhere I want to double check for a data link key. I've already searched up and down the astronomy wing. Bell tower is pretty clear. Grand staircase? No, because I've been up and down the grand staircase like 100 times. I've definitely found all. Yeah, I'm not sure where else to look other than the library area, because that's one of the places I haven't searched that thoroughly. But even checking the restricted section here, I'm not finding any more data link keys. Let's port to potions class and work our way up. Think you belong in Hufflepuff? Okay.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Revelio.
So what's the main story like? Well, I haven't gotten far enough into it to give a solid opinion, but so far, it's okay. It's serviceable. It feels just like a Harry Potter plotline. So, if you're looking to live that experience, good news. They nailed it. But the thing is, it's the story. That kind of story is just a mystery. Like there's a carrot on the stick like thing going on, and you're trying to figure out the who and the why, right? Like it's a mystery story. Now, we know some of the who already, like with the Ranrock Goblin Rebellion and stuff going on like that. But we have more details on like the why, the how.
Revelio.
There's a huge carrot on the stick mystery that we're working through. Yeah, it's definitely. I'm thinking that the last 3 data link keys are locked behind doors, so I'm definitely gonna have to get a Lohomora to go further. But yeah, it's just a carrot on the stick kind of plot line right now. I'm hoping there will be a big payoff for the mystery element of it, but it's nothing groundbreaking, I would say. And none of the side quests are groundbreaking either. Just generally speaking, the story is serviceable.
Revelio.
Oh yeah, by the way, this is the Slytherin common room. I've showed it off every stream, and I can't help but not show it off again.
This Daedalian Keys challenge is coming along nicely.
Yep, and I need those last 3. I'm almost there.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
The PC version is, if you get the base edition, which means you'll get the game out tomorrow, that's $70? No, sorry, that's 60. Thank you, Boost, for the $2. Much appreciated, brother. Dumbledore does. Yes, he does. In about 150 years from the plotline of this story, because this is in the 1880s or 1890s, I think. But he does indeed die. Later. Damn it, I really want a Lohomora. Alright, well, to get it, we gotta progress the story. So... I also want to unlock Defendo and Flipendo, but to get those... from Professor Garlick's assignment... I need to grow and harvest flaxweed. I can call all 3 combatant plants and use them simultaneously. That I can very easily do. But this one requires the invisibility potion and the Thunderbrew potion. Well, that means a trip to Hogsmeade. Well, the thing is, I'm not telling you that from like a skepticism kind of thing. No, like they've factually stated that this game is taking place in the 1890s. I agree at times it looks actually fairly modern, but also at times there definitely is that aesthetic. But yep, the Hogwarts Legacy is a prequel by all accounts to any of the Harry Potter books and any of the other games actually. This is the earliest timeline as far as I'm aware, because it even predates the Fantastic Beasts movies. So this is the earliest point in the Harry Potter timeline, so to speak. Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter? Lord of the Rings is better than Harry Potter. Like, significantly. Alright, so, Hogsmeade. Oh yeah, I should probably show the world map real quick. So for anyone wondering how big the game is, this is how roughly the big game is. So you got Hogwarts. This is Hogwarts and all the Hogwarts grounds. Is this over here. And then you got Hogsmeade, North Hogwarts region, Forbidden Forest, North Ford Bog. And then south of that, we have Hogwarts Valley, Fieldcroft region, South Sea Bog, Coastal Cavern, Poidsere Coast, Moronveem Lake, Manor Cape, Cragroff Shire, and Clagmar Coast. Fucking names. But yeah. And the max level in the game is 40, so everything over here in terms of enemies is max level. And same for the Forbidden Forest into North Ford Bog. And I'm level 20 as of right now, so. Hey Cindy, how you doing, you beautiful woman? I mean, I wouldn't say he's an ass to anyone who's not Gryffindor. He's an ass to Slytherin. For damn sure. Especially in the very first book and movie. He's not an ass in the same way Snape is an ass, but he's definitely an ass. Because the thing is, the book did it just as bad. Like the movie did it just as bad as the book did in terms of at the very end. He's got the banners and everything hanging. Slytherin think that they've won. He even announces them as the victors, giving them that false victory. And then he's like, but before we finish, I have some final points to award. And he knows full well he's about to steal it from them. And he's like, 50 points to you, to you, to you. And then he gives, like, I can kind of get it for Harry, Ron, and Hermione a little bit. Like, I would say it'd be fair to, as a teacher, to kind of give them, for everything that they did, they definitely deserve some kind of kickback. Like, but I wouldn't, like, take away the victory of the heads. What I'd do is I'd basically work the Gryffindor up to second place with their points. I'd be like, oh, well, you guys get 50, 50, and 50. But I wouldn't, like... Well, sorry, if all three of them got 50, it tied them with Slytherin, so I'd actually go like, for Ron and Hermione, 25 points. For Harry, 50. And that would push them up to second place. And then I'd leave it at that, because the winners who are going to win anyway still win. It's just you give that little, like, what do you call it? It's not a sentimental prize, it's a... It's like, it's an attaboy. It's like, you did good, so we'll move you to second place. But the people who were going to win still win. Like, I'm not going to cheat them out of that just because you did something really cool at the end of the year. And technically speaking, they broke all the school rules to do it. So by all accounts, they shouldn't have gotten points for it. But at the same time, it was heroic, and it was a good deed. So, I don't know. There's debate to be had. But if you're going to reward points for that, I wouldn't, like, I personally, I wouldn't give them any points. I'd consider them not being expelled for breaking all those rules reward itself. Like, be happy I'm not kicking you out, and we'll leave it at that. But if you're going to give points, just bring them up to second place. Don't give them the first place. Certainly not last minute like that. Like, award them the points, like, when they did the deed. That's when everyone else got rewarded their points, is when they did whatever deed they did to get the points. Not like at the final feast. That is just the ultimate middle finger. I do not think you are correct, Caboose, but if that does end up being the payoff, the story is going to be rather shooty. They never get punished unless Snape catches them? Not true. In the very first book, it was McGonagall that gave them detention and sent them into the Dark Forest. She also sent, Draco. But, to be fair, he was also out of bed at night, so I thought that was fair. But he sent all of them into detention. And it was McGonagall who put, like, Gryffindor in final place, because she took 50 points from each of them. She took 50 points from Ron, she took 50 points from Harry, and took 50 points from Hermione for visiting Hagrid to see his freaking dragon. So, yeah. Honestly, if I were her, I would have just had it like that, and then had them, like, do, like, a more standard detention. But, yeah, you can't say it's just Snape that does that. Actually, if I recall correctly, Trelawney also took points from Gryffindor because of Hermione in Prisoner of Azkaban. I might be wrong on that one. But, no, it's not just Snape. Snape is the only one who tries to get them expelled. That's for sure. But it's not just Snape that takes away points and punishes them. Actually, if we're going by, like, who's never, like, punished any of the students, I don't think Flitwick from the books ever punished anybody. I might be remembering wrong, but then again, he was also very, very much a side character. But at no point do I recall him in the books having even taken points from anybody. Not even Slytherin. Like, he just kind of coasts in the background on that one. Oh, and then you also got, crap, what's her name? The herbology teacher. Pomfrey, I think? Madame Pomfrey? No, I think that might be the nurse. Anyway, the Hufflepuff, the head of Hufflepuff House and the herbology teacher, she also treated Harry like shit during the 4th year. It's mentioned in the book very briefly, but because like everyone in the school thought Harry was like snuck into the Triwizard Tournament and were like crapping down his throat, Hufflepuffs in particular were actually worse than Slytherins that year in terms of treating Harry badly, because they were really mad at him. Because for them, Hufflepuff gets like no glory in terms of the lore. So one of the few times there was a chance for them to get some kind of notoriety and success with Cedric becoming the Triwizard Champion for Hogwarts, it's partially robbed from him because Harry's also the Triwizard Champion for Hogwarts. So the Hufflepuffs treat Gryffindor House like crap, and again, I want to say Madame Pomfrey, but I'm pretty sure I'm wrong. I think that's the nurse. But yeah, the Hufflepuff head, the herbology teacher, Harry mentions in the book that even she started acting cold towards him after he became a champion, because again, her house was being robbed of its one chance at victory because of his presence in the championship. So yeah, it's not just Snape. Snape is the worst. Snape is just the one who does it the most. He's the most frequent, and he also goes the most out of his way to be an asshole to Harry. But yeah, it's not just him. Honestly speaking, I don't think, in my head, I'm trying to think like in total how many points Severus took from Harry, Ron, and Hermione throughout the books, and it probably adds up to a couple hundred points. But I don't think he ever did as like strong a point pull as McGonagall even did in the first book. Again, she took 50 points from all 3 of the main cast. As far as I recall, Snape definitely took 50 points before from one of them, but I don't think he's ever done like up front that many points at once. Certainly not from 3 of them in a row. Like, I remember him taking 10 points each from Harry and Ron at one point. I remember him taking 50 away from Harry specifically. But I don't think at any point he was like, you, and you, minus 50, 150 points from Gryffindor House. So, quite honestly, the most severe point, like, civ from Gryffindor ever was from a Gryffindor. That be McGonagall, who is head of Gryffindor House. I kind of find that fitting. Excuse me. Broke a tooth, then had to have it Sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better, Cindy. Hope they give you some meds for the pain. Do the French or Russian schools have different grouping like in Hogwarts? Actually, the thing is, I don't know that much, because it's not mentioned even in the books. Like, I know the Harry Potter series very well. I grew up reading it a lot. But I don't know, like, that's fan wiki stuff right there, because in the books, they don't really explain it very well. I do know that Durmstrang doesn't have a house system. Like, it's just, you're a Durmstrang student. And I think it's the same for Beauxbaton, though I'm not as confident, because in the books, there's some, like, side lines done by Victor Crumb. I know for a fact he like mentions how cool Hogwarts is because of how nice it is and how, you know, not cold it is and how refined the place is. And I think while he was talking about that to Hermione at the dance, he mentioned, you know, like how different Hogwarts is on that organization level from Durmstrang. So, no. Durmstrang doesn't have a house system, which is a good thing. And neither does Beauxbaton. But I'm basing the Beauxbaton comment solely off of... It didn't seem like they had that kind of division. Because when both Durmstrang and Beauxbaton arrived at Hogwarts for the Triwizard Tournament, it's not like they all had like different colored hues or something like that to denote houses or groupings like that. It seemed more like they were separated by age, but not separated by housing. Did you take an Advil? That's it? Well, hopefully it doesn't sting too much. Not sure if it's good. I think it's a bad thing to... Well, the thing is, it could be good, but how J.K. Rowling wrote it, it's really bad. Because effectively what's happening is these kids are being shoved into these echo chambers of groups that all believe the same thing based on what their ideologies and based on their worldviews at the age of 11. Like, the Sorting Hat doesn't look into the future. It just sees it reads your mind as at the age it sorts you. So at the age of 11, it's determining basically your future in its entirety based on your ideology and your world beliefs at the age of 11. Because that's how old the first years are. They're 11 or 12 when they arrive at Hogwarts. It reads the Sorting Hat reads their minds and is like, all right, you're a dick, you're not, you're brave. With all the world experience you have, you're brave, you're smart for 11. Like it's again, it makes these grand sweeping decisions, basically deciding their fate. Because if it puts you in Ravenclaw, you're going to be surrounded by nerds, right? You're going to be surrounded by people who are really smart, intellectual, and are obsessed with intellectual pursuits. So how's that going to define your future? Well, you're going to be super obsessed with intellectual pursuits, but that means you're going to lack in other places. You're probably not going to be as social, because for you to be focused on your studies to that degree, you're going to need to sacrifice time to do it. And what would that time go into if you weren't so obsessed with your studies? Socialization, going out and like doing fun side activities, sports, club activities. You're not doing that as much, so now you're just doing the book stuff. Same way with Hufflepuff. You're surrounded by people who are strong, loyal, well, not so much strong, but loyal, friendly, and like super, adventurous. Like they like to find things. Great. That sounds like a good environment, right? But then you think about it, well, they're not very hardy people. Like Hufflepuffs are softer. Like they're not very hardy. These are the type of people, like Hufflepuffs are so nice to the point where if it came down to, will I do this for money or would I do this for fun? They would rather choose fun. It sounds good in theory, but they're the softest house, like on a social level. Which, if we're talking about groups to be stuck in, Hufflepuff is probably the best, because you're probably going to be a really good person. The problem is you're not going to be a very hardy person. So someone can easily take advantage of a Hufflepuff when they graduate, because they were surrounded by really good, loyal, kind people. So what happens when you throw that kind of person out into the real world where there's lots of sneaky, snivelly, cunning, and ambitious people who will take advantage of that niceness and trusting nature? There's still a negative side to that. You need to be with people that are going to be a little like that to get stronger. And if you're surrounded by nothing but really trusting, loyal, and good finders, doesn't really do that. And the worst offender is Slytherin, because you're taking a little kid who might be a little ambitious and cunning at the age of 11 and putting them into this group of people who are all going to further enforce that. They're going to step on each other's toes to get better grades. They're going to cheat. They're going to lie. They're going to do whatever they can to get ahead in the world, which is all things I think are good. I think you should be a little bit like that. Not entirely like that. But that's the problem with the houses, is they entirely define your identity around these things rather than taking attributes of each, which is what they should do, which is why the house system sucks at Hogwarts. Because the Slytherins, they just further, like, basically being in Slytherin house is like being thrown into Game of Thrones. Everybody is out for themselves, everybody is two-faced, everybody is cunning, ambitious, and the only time they work together is when it's at the detriment of someone else they all equally hate. That's Slytherin. Which only makes things worse with each generation. And then you got Gryffindor, who are nothing but brave, strong, and, like, forward people. Prideful. Like, the worst attribute of Gryffindor is they're prideful. And honestly, next to Hufflepuff, that's probably the second best one to get put into. And maybe in one way it's better than Hufflepuff, because with Hufflepuff, they're, like I said before, they're super soft and trusting. Whereas with Gryffindor, there is this value of strength and bravery. So with that, you also have to put yourself through hardship to reaffirm that, right? So Gryffindors do that. They constantly challenge themselves. So they're not as soft as Hufflepuff, so they are a little bit better. But they're still surrounded by all of these fairly virtuous people-ish. So then it would be an evil prick? Well, there's a high likelihood of it, yeah. I mean, if you actually look at the attributes of Slytherin, like, they're cunning and ambitious, which are good things in practice. But, unfortunately in the story, they're kind of universally made out to be evil. Which, to be fair, the books are written from the perspective of Gryffindor. But if you actually look at it empirically and not look at the events of the story, there's nothing about Slytherin that's inherently evil. So it's so strange to me. They're often also purebloods. Yes. I don't even know what's to do with that. I think that at that point the sorting hat is just like, fuck it, put them in there. Why isn't Slytherin the most popular house of the sorts of that age? I don't know. That's the thing. By all accounts, there should be a very weird distribution of that. I find it weird that each year they get a convenient equal split. Again, there's a lot of things that it's like, if you think about it too much, especially as you get older, it really doesn't work in terms of the Wizarding World. The Wizarding World is very, very dumb if you think about it too much. So, and the thing is, J.K. Rowling is straight up dumb when it comes to math. Like, 17 sickles to a galleon, and like 492 knuts to a galleon. Like, just the currency system is bad, the point system in Quidditch is bad. J.K. Rowling is absolutely masterful of a writer on, like, everything surface level. She's very good at imagery, very good at the mysticism. Her imagination is not in doubt with me whatsoever. Where she's so incredibly weak is with finer details. And that's not even universal. It's narrative elements are really, really good, especially with the mystery stuff, but it's world building. Again, she can't do math to save her life, so Quidditch has garbage point system, and so does their currency system in the universe. It's just generally, she's terrible at math. So, and it's not just math, it's also, again, like, logical stuff in the world is very lacking if you go into too much detail. Well, the thing is, it's weird to call the hatred towards mudbloods race. It's definitely an allegory for racism, but in and of itself, I don't think we can call it racism, because wizards not a race, and neither are muggles or mudbloods. It's an allegory for these things, and to be fair, I don't know what else you would call it. But technically speaking, the hatred isn't based on race or not. It's on whether you're from a magical family or not, which is not, well, it can be blood defined, but we already know in this universe there are things called squibs, and there are things called mudbloods. Hereditarily, you're not guaranteed to have magic if you have magical parents, and you're not guaranteed to not have magic if you don't have magical parents. So it's a very weird world. So to call it racism is just strange, because again, it's not blood defined. It's just, it seems like it's random. Like someone is born with magic, and some kind of die roll is made in some ethereal godhood. Like, roll of the dice. Do they have magic? Yes. No. It does seem like, as the world is, it does seem likely that if you do have two magical parents, the likelihood of you being born with magic is higher. But again, it's not a total sum kind of deal. Yeah, like I said, it makes no sense. The finer details of the wizarding world of Harry Potter are dog shit. But it's perfectly disguised and masked behind the imagination, behind the creativity. J.K. Rowling is very imaginative, very creative, and I won't take that away from her. She makes solid story, like a magical world in that sense. It's just, if you're really anal for the details, you're gonna get really frustrated once you look into everything too much. Especially where math is concerned. Like I said, you look at the currency system in this world, it's downright stupid. No, she's Scottish, Einers. It should be that you either need magical blood or have a specific event that happens at your birth. And that would be better, yeah. I mean, some kind of rule, some kind of like logic thing there to run off of would be better. But it just doesn't make sense, because it seems like, again, magic doesn't really come as much as she might want it that way. Sorry, at this point I should probably keep playing, because I meant this to be a short rant, but it's turned into like a very lengthy one, so let me play while I talk. So I wish J.K. Rowling would have focused on those finer details more in terms of her world building. But at the same time, the books were meant for kids, so I don't think she really, and I will like defend her a little bit on this, I don't think she really factored in how like much people were going to obsess over this into their adulthood, to the point where they would anally look over everything on those finer details. So she just didn't think about them and didn't think she would need to. Because at the end of the day, kids who read these books and kids who watch these stories and invest themselves into this world, they really don't care about those finer details. Like, no kid is questioning the blood system or the blood purity system or ideal in this world. No kid is really questioning if it makes sense or not, the galleons to the sickles to the Canuts currency system. No kid gives a damn about those things at all, because they're not smart enough to understand those things. It's just not on their peripheral. So you can't really blame a kid for not caring. And you can't really blame J.K. Rowling for just not factoring in that adults would still be interested in Harry Potter years and years after their childhood had whisked on by.
Revelio.
I forgot if I've been down here before. I think I have. Oh, maybe not. That chest is unsearched. Damn it. Wait, am I really full up already? I will say this, the inventory system is really small. Oh, well, no, I am full up. Gotta go to Hogsmeade and sell some shit. But before I do... Where the hell am I?
Lumos.
Oh. This leads to the Slytherin common room. I have not been down this specific path. So this is new to me. Also requires a gear slot. Great. So where are we looking for that?
Revelio.
Slytherin sink. So this is the path to, if I'm not mistaken, this is supposed to lead to the Chamber of Secrets. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we can open it.
Revelio.
This also means Moni Myrtle is going to be haunting this place in about 100 years. Actually, no, less than 100. It'll be like 50 years. Our magical bloodlines, and probably the more blood of mage you got, the more chance of having magic you have. I mean, it seems that way, for sure. But it doesn't seem like it's a necessary factor to have magic or not. Like I said, like look at Hermione, for example. No magical heritage at all. Yet she's a wizard. Or a witch, sorry. And there are, or look at Harry's mom. Crap, what's her name? Lily Potter. She had the most muggle family you can have. I mean, look at her sister, Miss Dursley. I don't think you can get more muggle than that.
Revelio.
Okay. Have I really been looking past that chest this whole time?
Travel broadens the mind.
You two censored the word Aryan?
Revelio.
That doesn't surprise me. It's YouTube, it's super sensitive. Let me double check that image again. The hints it gives you sometimes are spot on and sometimes they're garbage.
Lumos.
There's a tapestry near where the butterfly is. He's pretty disgusting. I can think of worse fates, but that certainly isn't one I want. Okay, there's a tapestry there.
Revelio.
Hey Jenny, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Ten people watching, 5 likes. Yeah, come on guys. Leave a like. Support the stream.
Lumos.
It's a flat hallway and there's a tapestry. And a door at the end. It's got 2 of those in a row.
Revelio.
There it is.
Lumos.
Come here, you little bugger. Follow me. Big lamp, one little lamp, yeah. Indeed, many had pets for the Cindy. Every human is related if you go back far enough, I suppose. But I feel it's a pretty cheap excuse, especially since if we're gonna go with the genetic argument of like someone having magical powers or not, if we do go with that sentiment, and the idea if you have that the only reason that some Muggle-borns if we go with the idea that the reason Muggle-borns are born with magic is because in their really distant past they were related to at some point in the ancient past. Let's say like a Peveril, like ancient magic users. Then it wouldn't really make sense for squibs to exist. Which, for those who don't know, squibs in the lore are people born without magic to magical parents. Thank you, Jenny, for getting rid of the liar in the chat. God, those people are so weird. They're so obsessed with sexuality and all that crap. It's like, get a life. Also, I found that comment interesting. It's like, oh, this game has no gay protect. How do you know? And they also said this game is the epitome of transphobia. There's a trans character in it who's portrayed fairly positively. Wait, what's your grounds for it being transphobic, other than J.K. Rowling created the universe? I'd love to hear their examples, if they have any at all. Could think of magic as a recessive trait, like blue eyes. Fair, but again, after so many generations of it being bred out, so to speak, it shouldn't even really be a factor after a certain line. Like, even if we're talking like a percent of a percent of a percent of it happening, like, for example, the Dursleys, or you know, I don't imagine that even if they're related in their ancient past to sorcerers. And it's pretty clear that Vernon and his sister, they didn't really have any kind of idea of magic before meeting, well, in the case of his sister, Aunt Petunia, she didn't have any idea of magic beforehand. And the only reason Vernon knew about magic is because of his wife, Mrs. Dursley. It is weird, dude, yeah, but I still find that it's a very loose and generous thing to give J.K. Rowling kind of a pass for it. Is like how that mudblood. To be honest, I just don't think she thought about it. Like, she wanted to put that allegory for racism in there, for like the whole blood purity and like that whole sense of like, oh, magic superiority between magical families and non-magical families and mudbloods. But the point is, at the end of the day, the magic doesn't seem to be at all related. It's not like a race thing. Like, it just doesn't make sense to discriminate against mudbloods, because what's the difference? As it is, it doesn't make sense for racism as a whole to exist in the real world, but at least there's like some kind of line of thought. It's a stupid line of thought that is completely makes no sense if you like, even if you try and understand a racist perspective, like a real racist, not what Twitter thinks is racist, real racists. It just doesn't make any sense. But there's still a line of thinking. It's like, oh, that person hates black people because they have more melanin. Okay. Stupid. Makes no sense. Dumb. But there's a line of thinking, at least. As dumb as it is. It doesn't really... There's like... To me, there's no real line of thinking to hatred of mudbloods. It's like, oh, you don't have a magical family. Okay. Outside of that, what is there? There's no difference of skin color. There's no difference of eye color. They can perform magic to the same degree, and if they apply themselves hard enough to better standards than full magical families, really it just comes down to environment. So, like, I don't even, like, the line of thinking there doesn't even track. Look at Quidditch. I know. Look at Quidditch. Again, I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. At the end of the day, J.K. Rowling knew she was creating a children's story, and she wrote it to the degree she thought children would enjoy, and she succeeded. Children do not think about these intricate, smaller details at all. Kids don't care. They're like, ooh, magic, pretty, cool, and that's it. She got their imaginations fired up, and she did very well at that. But unfortunately, since those kids grew up and are still obsessed with Harry Potter, now they look at all of the details she didn't think out because she didn't think she needed to, because, well, to be fair, kids weren't think about it. But they're not kids anymore. And she doesn't have a solution for those things. She's kind of left it to the wayside.
Lumos.
Alright, so now that we dealt with that... Simple as stupid, you don't you don't look like me. Yeah, it's stupid. I'll never get over this. I love this effect. Whoever, like, came up with this idea for the game is a genius. It's like, hey guys, let's just make the Slytherin common room door like the coolest thing. It's like, it's just this like snake that rises up and reveals the door and lowers and hides the door. It's like, give that man a raise. Or that woman a raise. I don't care who. Give that non-binary whale a fucking raise. Give him a raise. That was a good idea. No one cares about the other stuff. Alright, so I think let me check one more time if I missed anything in this hallway. I don't think I have. Alright, so you have the two bathrooms.
Revelio.
I hear the ding. I hear the ding. Cock blocked again. Yeah, the only common rooms I've seen so far are the Slytherin one and the Gryffindor one, because I did make a second character very recently. And the Gryffindor one looks just like the movies, to the point where I was kind of disappointed. I was like, okay. And to be fair, like, what was I expecting? I was hoping it would be a little more grandiose, but it was kind of okay.
Revelio.
Suppose I can't get mad at them for... I heard the ding. Where'd the ding go?
Oh.
Locked again. Damn it. Okay, let's just progress the story. Well, actually, since I gotta go to Hogsmeade anyway because my inventory is full, I'll also pick up what I need for those side quests. Hogsmeade. Boom. It's very Hobbit horny. Okay. And very, very yellow, indeed. So behind locked doors is frustrating. Yes.
All roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Okay, so let me check what I need here. Homie, not horny. I was about to say. It looked like horny from like my angle because, you know, my screen's turned, so that M looked like an N from my angle. That's a homie. I mean, Hobbit horny still works for that too. Just saying. If you had intended to say that, you weren't wrong. Just very, very funny. Let's see here. So just making sure I have the optimal equipment equipped before I sell anything. Gonna have to check. Oh wait, I think that's the only thing that's a mystery as to what it is. The danger of the fedora. Potioneer's cap. Ha ha! I do kind of like the bowler hat. We'll leave those off for now. Yep, looks like I have the optimal equipment equipped. So now let's go sell my junk. Hey, double light. The Merlin statue puzzles give more inventory space, so that's what they do?
be honest, I didn't know if they did anything. I didn't notice the difference. Money. Alright. Mr. Pippin.
In the market for potions, are we?
Always. Now, before I buy anything, what do I need? I need an invisibility potion and a thunder brew potion.
What can I do for you today?
Well, but first things first, let me sell you my shit. Okay.
A wise decision. Thank you.
Alright, so it was a thunder brew
hope to
potion
see you
and a
again.
what? Invisibility potion. Probably could have guessed that.
What can I do for you today? A wise decision. Thank you.
I don't need you telling me what's wise and
Hope
what's
to
not.
see you again. Farewell for now.
Goodbye. And now I got the recipes. Alright, now what else did I need? Actually, Thunderbird potion against enemies, Visibility potion, okay. Check. Grow and harvest fluxweed. And acquire all 3 combat plants used simultaneously. Alright, so combat plants are gonna be a bitch.
Lumos.
Happen to have that one and the delivery that forces you to use a potion. That was handy. Oh, lucky! I didn't have that. Have them at the same time. I already did that mission. Oh, there's a cat in the bush. Let me fondle you, little kitty cat. Don't sound so disappointed. I'm working on it. It's the motion of the fingers, isn't it? I'm working on it, damn it! I don't think I finished that joke. I was about to, but maybe I smirked before I could. No. Now I can't, because it won't be as funny now that I'm like already giggling. Alright, wait, the graveyard. Seems like there's a dungeon or something here. You saw a fish flopping around outside the water and used the levitate spell to put it back, and it swam away. Huh. Well, that was nice of you. The tomb of the villager. Don't know if I want to go down there quite yet. That's where I want to go.
Oh, it's you! What a pleasant surprise.
Indeed. Fluxweed. I think that's what I wanted to buy for seeds.
Now, you let me know if there's anything else I can help you with. No one can say I don't keep a stacked shelf.
Good. So, to grow and harvest fluxweed, acquire all 3 combat plants, use them simultaneously. I will need to gain some more money before I can do that. But first things first, let me exit Hogsmeade. Yeah, Sailboat chests do seem to all have 500 galleons in them. I should find some more around the castle. Yeah, for combat plants, I already have plenty of the Chinese chomping cabbage and the venomous tentacula. The only thing I'm kind of short on is the mandrakes. That's because the herbology witch at the school isn't growing them currently. Well, she is, narratively, but
Revelio.
they aren't unlocked yet. Hello.
I'll say it again. Can't thank you enough for helping to save the village from those trolls.
No problem. By the way, speaking of, that's the trans character in the game. Hello. See, 63 galleons right there. 98 right there.
Revelio.
I'm hearing the jing. Ah, of course. Everything's locked. You know, Alohomora, in terms of like how often it's used in Harry Potter, is like used like 5 times in the books. But every video game is like, oh, you need this for like every 10 seconds. Hello.
Pardon me, but were you saying something?
Oh, hello. Talking to myself. I'm Clementine, Willardsey, charmed. I was musing on the precious butterflies I see near the edge of the forest. Whenever I come near, they fly off into it. When I was at Hogwarts, we truly were forbidden from entering the forest. Told horrible stories about it, and I've had an irrationally intense fear of it ever since. It's silly, but I'm insatiably curious as to where the butterflies go in the forest. You couldn't possibly find out, could you?
Oh
You
yeah,
want me to follow the
absolutely.
butterflies?
So
I
is it
do, yes.
LSD or
If you
crack you're
wouldn't
on?
mind.
Take the butterflies. And are there dragons in the kitchen right now? Could just be the way the voice actress read those lines, but that came off a little too whimsical.
What were the horrible stories you were told about the Forbidden Forest?
Oh, goodness, everything from students being mysteriously beheaded to terrifying spider dens. Ugh, trust me, you hear that at 11 years old, it sticks with you.
Very well. If I have time, I shall see where they lead.
Oh, how kind. Students these days have so much more courage than I ever did. You can usually find me right around here. I hope to see you soon.
Right here.
Don't forget, the butterflies always seem to be on the fringes of the Forbidden Forest. Good luck.
Anywho.
Revelio.
There it is. Bewildering can of mystery.
Revelio.
Zonko's Joke Shop, if I'm not mistaken. Frog spawn.
Revelio.
Indeed, Zonkos. Okay. Actually, I think I might have enough to buy a mandrake. Hopefully I do. Because I just want one.
Revelio.
Ah, hello. Thanks for the money.
Revelio.
Alright, let's climb over here.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
You are no fan of this type of hat, to each their own. I would be surprised if you were.
Hope you're not here for a
Revelio.
Because I'm not entirely sure I have them in stock. Well, what say we show you some of what's available? Oh, I'm always thrilled when a young one makes a wise purchase. I can tell you'll go far.
Thanks. Alright, so now I have everything I need to finish both of those objectives. So acquire and use a visibility potion, check, I can do that right now. Use a Thunder Brew against enemies. Grow and harvest Fluxweed, acquire all 3 combat plants to use them simultaneously. Check. The only thing I have to return to Hogwarts to do is the grow and harvest Fluxweed. So, the rest of it we can do right out here. Just gotta leave Hogsmeade. So let me port out a Hogsmeade here. And we'll just port over here.
Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
Alright, so let's go right into the forest and find some enemies. What? There you go. Pork lump. Pork lump, pork lump. Hello.
Revelio. Incendio. Repulso. Revelio.
I'm probably gonna need Bombarda, aren't I?
Confringo.
It does seem rather thoroughly blocked. So I'm assuming I need the Bombarda spell for that. Ooh, enemies. Mongrels. Perfect. Alright, just to double check all what I need. Visibility potion.
Yes. Bodego. Stupid one.
Alright. Alright, so I think that was... Yes, good. Now all I gotta do is grow and harvest the fluxweed. Then that'll be a shit. Alright, to Hogwarts. To my room of requirements so I can craft the fluxweed. Okay. Ah. Wait, no, there's one other item. Damn it. Oh. And no doubt the recipe is gonna cost me an arm and a leg. Alright, well now we gotta hunt down some money. Crap. Which means doing side quests.
Revelio.
Well, let's see if we can run into any chests first. Because those are easily 500 a pop. If you find the ones with the eyeballs.
You can't imagine how travel was before I invented blue powder.
I can with how many times you mentioned it, Ignatia. So every time I pass one of her little port thingies, she's like, "Oh, you wouldn't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented fluid powder." It's like, could you stop self-flagellating yourself so much? Please. Please, Jesus. Leave me alone. I get it. You were amazing. Shut up. It's hard for me to be impressed when I'm constantly reminded every goddamn 10 seconds. It's like, did you know I'm awesome? 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 Yes! Yes, I get it. Shut up. No more. Silence. No more. Ooh.
Revelio.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Professor Howard was carrying some pearl dust the other day. I offered him.
Yeah. Money, 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 money.
Revelio.
Some of the paintings are super cool looking? Yes, I would agree. Some are really nice.
Revelio.
The headmaster shows new.
Pungent passage.
That reeks of manure.
I already opened that one. Right, let's see if returning to Professor Sharp and doing this, I think it's full up Pendo this is gonna unlock. Let's see if that will yield any galleons. Hopefully it will. That way I can go and buy the recipe I need for a large plot station. So I can grow my
Nice to
plants.
see you, my young friend.
Likewise, nice to see you. Goodbye. Oh, potions master!
Have you finished your assignments?
Yep.
I finished the tasks, Professor.
Well, well. I trust you are meticulous in your efforts. After all, shortcuts only ever lead to shortcomings.
Yes, sir, of course.
Good. Ordinarily, I'd say it's not my concern either way, but you... I want to make sure you're well prepared. Talent and resolve are a potent combination. It would be a shame to let that go to waste.
Thank you, Professor.
Don't let it go to your head. Now, let's see how you fare with Diffindo. Wand at the ready.
Wand at the ready, wand at the ready.
Focus. Diffindo can be dangerous if you're not paying attention. Very good. It seems you have a... Diffindo, I would encourage you once again to practice here in the classroom. For your sake and...
Diffindo!
It's a pleasure to have a student who actually heeds instruction.
So I just send a slash of death.
Incendio. Expelliarmus! Confringo! Diffindo!
As I mentioned earlier, Diffindo can be versatile but dangerous. Good to see you continuing to practice.
But of course, good master. I will not lead myself astray. Ooh. Does lots of damage? Good. Love to hear it. I can't wait till I get the forbidden curses. I'm gonna go crazy with that. I think everybody is. You know how fucked that up that is? Because in the lore, these are like the most serious like crimes to commit is using the forbidden curses. It's like you kill someone with Avada Kedavra, you torture someone with Crucio, or you take over someone's mind with Imperius. Like these are like big deals lore-wise. Meanwhile, the entire fan base picking up this game is like, I can't wait to get the forbidden curses. I can't wait to use them on my enemies. It's like we're all a little demented, aren't we? Alright. Fluxweed. Okay. There we go. All right.
Professor Weasley's easily my favorite. Her wand work is exquisite.
Transfiguration requires such precision. I once turned my pet rabbit into a...
Revelio.
Alright, so now I got Flipendo. Did I get any money out of it? Probably not. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. quill. Perhaps if I'm lucky, 760 galleons is enough to get what I need to unlock, is it Defendo? Wait, just J. Yeah, sorry, Flipendo. Flipendo. So I need to grow and harvest fluxweed, but to get to fluxweed, I need a large herbology station. So before I go and buy one, let me go to herbology, like the actual place in the school. That's annoying. Greenhouses. Alright, let's see if there's a large tongue-tied. Large herb thingy in herbology. One would hope, but it's not a guarantee. Would I play a Scooby-Doo game?
Now. Revelio.
Yes. I mean, it depends on the Scooby-Doo game. Does she have a large pot station? Unfortunately, if I use Revelio, it doesn't reveal, like, crafting stations. Sadly. I don't know. I didn't realize he was missing. Oh, hello.
Revelio.
Only 5 more left at Hogwarts. Ooh. My assumption is he's probably busy with projects. I mean, the thing is, when content creators go missing for like months on end, there's usually one of 3 explanations. One, the most drastic, and the one I think everyone assumes the fastest, which I don't know why. But I tend not to assume this first and foremost. I think there's 1,000,001 things you can assume first. But it's that they quit, and they no longer intend to continue doing content creation. But that's very rare for someone to actually truly quit. Because the thing is, I can attest to this. Doing content creation is a lot of fun. And in a way, it's kind of addicting. If you actually get like a response to your content. Because, you know, you constantly want to improve. And, you know, up your ante, up your content. And, you know, once you get that hit of dopamine of, like, people being like, oh my god, love this video, man, it's awesome. That is a drug that is easy to get addicted to, let me tell you. Like, it can hit, it's like an instant addiction sometimes. Just that gratification. It can be, mind you. Sometimes it's quite the opposite. So... typically, when people like get into content creation to the point where, you know, you would know their name, like Unusual Suspect or Dagger Shadow, Nostalgia Critic, you know, you name it. Once you get into that and you get that recognition of your effort and your work, people get addicted to that, and I find it hard to believe that anybody would just like drop that suddenly. Some people can, don't get me wrong. There are plenty of people who don't get that dopamine addiction, that don't get that gratification addiction, and can easily drop it. I didn't even know that was going to do that. I total guess just now. Let's see if they do it again. Is he gonna do it yet? Oh, he escalated this time. Whoa! Whoa!
Reparo.
What did I just witness? Like, last time I passed them, he punched the other guy. Like, this dude, this suit of armor has been, like, humming and annoying this guy. And the first time I came through here, this, he, like, just punched him. He just went... And I thought he was gonna do it again. I thought it was gonna be a repeat animation. No! It's a... Talk about attention to detail. Credit to the devs. I thought that was just gonna be a looped interaction between the two of them. Nah, it escalated. He got pissed. He didn't stop humming after he punched him. Kept going, and eventually this guy went, "Fuck it, I'm done." Bam! Holy crap! That escalated quickly. I just felt like I just witnessed a fucking mugging. Like, that was intense.
Revelio.
I do look forward to going home for the holidays.
Jesus H.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Madam Scrivener doesn't tolerate any nonsense, so I find the library's the best place.
Revelio.
Hello. Oh, I didn't even realize those were scorch marks. Have I been here? Oh.
Wingardium Leviosa.
No, wrong one. There it is. Money, 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 money. Bye.
Revelio.
Well, I've been in here before, but I didn't go through this specific passageway to get here. Interesting.
Revelio. Lumos. Revelio.
Window, plant, sphinx. Normally they're not that far from where the reveal is. That's locked. Great. How old am I now? I'm 23.
I don't know why Sharp's always referring to standard.
Thing is, Jenny, answering that question isn't actually any more dangerous than people knowing, well, really. To be honest, if you give the year of your age, it doesn't really help anybody. It's if you give month and day. But year is about the only thing you can safely give out about yourself, other than... Actually, I think that's the only well, safe is relative, it's the internet. If someone's like really determined to hunt you down or anything like that, honestly, my face is more valuable than anything else, and people can see my face. But, yeah, just giving out like your year age doesn't really help people that much more than anything else. Paranoid about my younglings getting too comfortable. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I definitely don't want them to share any of those details about themselves. But they're not currently in chat, as far as I can tell. The thing is, a few streams back, they did come on and almost say something that they shouldn't have. I was able to stop them before they went too far with the details. But they're kids. Unfortunately, kids are...
Revelio.
They're not... As much as their generation should be more internet smart than mine is, they can actually scarily be a little naive, which is kind of scary in its own right. Two more.
I'm convinced that Bin's called on me and Carter.
And let's see if we can find any more chests. Well, actually, 1,300 should be enough to get what I need. I would hope. If not, I also have some gear I want to sell. Actually, let's run under the room of requirement and confirm what that legendary equipment I picked up is, and then we'll head to Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade. Never tell anyone anything. I mean, if you can, yeah, absolutely. Avoid telling anybody anything. It's like, who are you? What day is it? What year is it? Is the sky blue? Okay, secret rooms, room requirement.
Nothing to identify, for now at least.
Okay. Increased damage with Bombarda. Oh, I can't wait till I max this one out, because these actually look kind of neat. Complete 6 assignments, and I'll get top of the class cloak. Fetch my cloak. Alright, Hogsmeade. Is Umbridge in the game? No.
Umbridge isn't even conceived yet as of this storyline. Because thing is, the books are set, the Harry Potter books anyway, are set in the 1980s, 1990s, give or take. And Umbridge was like 50 or 60 years old. So she would have been born 1920? Well, probably 1930, to be honest. 1930 or 40. As of like the timeline with the books. For her to be the proper age. So yeah, she's not even conceived yet as of this storyline. Because this is set in the 1800s. This is a precursor to all the storylines. This is even before Voldemort was born. This is before the Gaunts fully fell from grace, actually. Like, this is the earliest point in the timeline I think we've had, period. I won't say this is before Dumbledore was born. I think Dumbledore would be alive at this point. Because how old was he in the books? I actually don't remember. I think he was 120, 130? How old is Dumbledore? He was born in 1981. So he was born around the time this is set. So he would be born around this time. But he's certainly not old enough to even attend Hogwarts yet. No, this is not when the founders of Hogwarts were around in the 10th century. Like the year 900 AD. So the founders would have been alive 900 years before the events of this story. Actually, closer to 1,000 years before the events of this storyline. So the founders and Hogwarts are about 1,000 years old at this point. And the founders didn't, I don't believe, live to be over 200 or anything like that, so... Actually, I don't even think they lived to be that old. But maybe, let's be generous and say the founders lived to be roughly as old as Dumbledore had lived to be. And let's give them a little bit more than that, and let's say they lived all 150 years. They still would be over 800 years dead by this point. Imagine a Jekyll and Hyde game. I mean... There are kind of a few games like that already. Not actual Jekyll and Hyde, the game, but, you know, that same theme. Alright, so where do I want to go? Do I want to go to Pippin, Hogsmeade? Actually, the thing is, I said that like they were born in the 10th century. They could have been, they were born, technically speaking, the founders anyway, were born in the 9th century. Because they were full-grown, like, elders by the time they built Hogwarts. Because all the artwork depicting them, like, the artwork depicting their founding of Hogwarts isn't like a bunch of young, like, hippie, like, 20-year-olds in the 9th century. They were all depicted as being really old already by the time they founded Hogwarts. So, actually speaking, they were born, like, in 800 AD, and they built Hogwarts in 900 AD. They were already pretty old by that point. The names of the founders? Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin. That's all 4 founders. Unless you're asking for the names of something else. Are you asking for... Oh, wait, no, are you asking... Jekyll and Hyde inspired games? I mean, pick any werewolf game you want to. Because technically speaking, the werewolf theme, that's the same idea as Jekyll and Hyde. It's like you have this noble good person during the day, this evil maniac by night, or monster. It's the exact same theme. Actually, also with that, any vampire game is also kind of the same idea. So I'd have to give you like a really long list. Hulk games, if you think of it that way. Yeah, Hulk is actually also... There's a lot of stories that are pretty much direct ripoffs of Jekyll and Hyde. In terms of the idea. It's like, good man in one state, but a flip of a switch and he turns into an absolute monster. And that's werewolves, that's some vampire stories, that's the Hulk. The list kind of goes on. What I want is a really good Jekyll and Hyde TV show. Because there was one at one point, and it was like the BBC made it. And it wasn't like amazing, I wish it would have been a bit better. But there was a Jekyll and Hyde show. I think it was just called Hyde. Or, I think so anyway, I'm not sure. And it was like a mini-series, it wasn't even really a show. Like, it had like 4 or 5 episodes total. And they never expanded upon it past that. And as it is, I can't even find it on any streaming service anymore. I don't even know where I watched it initially, but I'm pretty sure it exists. And that made me crave like a movie or a show. How do you watch BBC shows in the States? I don't know. You're probably going to have to go to some illicit websites. Because that's probably where I watched it. And don't even remember where I went. Netflix. There's some BBC stuff on Netflix. There's some on Hulu. Check those places first, obviously. But for like really obscure BBC stuff, you're probably going to have to find some yo-ho, me hearty yo-ho memes of watching it. Okay, so where did I want to go? Oh yeah, Tomes and Scrolls. I'm pretty sure. Oh, man.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Yes.
The minister's good work if you can get it.
The secret is
goblins and wizards socializing together.
Hello.
Hello there. Come on in. Plenty to look at here.
So I can get one with a large pot spellcraft. Of course it's 1,000. Alright, fine.
Nothing like finding just the right thing, is there?
No.
A pleasure doing business with you.
Likewise. I hope in the future, I hope as I level, there's going to be like a more better way to like farm gold.
Let me know if there's anything else I can do.
Sorry, galleons. I do find it weird that this game completely threw out sickles and knuts and is just like galleons. That's it. That's all you need. Galleons.
Someone cast Confundus charm.
That's not what I wanted to click on. Fuck. No. Alright, hold on. Hide, BB. Sorry, this show is called Jekyll. Oh, it's on Amazon Prime. Oh, there you go. Let's see. Yeah, it stars James Nesbitt as Dr. Tom Jackman. And the whole show is 3 episodes, actually. Sorry, 6 episodes. It only showed me 3 initially. Each episode is 55 minutes, so the whole thing is almost like... It is a mini-series, but yeah, episode 1, 55 minutes, episode 2, 55 minutes, so on and so forth. So they're all about an hour long, so the whole thing is like a really long movie, split up into 6 chapters. Yeah, I liked this show when I watched it, but it was forever ago since I watched it. On average, how many films do I watch a month? Films or TV shows? Are we talking strictly movies, like proper films, or do I include TV shows in this? So if I include TV shows, the list gets long. Films. A month. A month? I'd say anywhere between 7 to 13 films in a given month. Give or take. But I'm including rewatches of old stuff I used. Like, and that's not all new movies and new shows. Sorry, new movies. We're sticking to movies here. That's not all new movies. That's just like maybe I'll put in Lilo and Stitch because I'm in the mood for some nostalgia, or I put in Silence of the Lambs because I'm feeling like Halloweeny that particular night. But if we exclude rewatches of stuff I own and like rewatching old movies that I enjoy, 0. I don't watch hardly any new films nowadays. The last new film I watched was Avatar, the second movie, The Way of Water, which I get is probably not that old, but no, I rarely go to the movies and see like new movies nowadays. It's mostly just watching old stuff. Mostly. So I got my station, so let's go to Hogwarts. Okay, room of requirement. Watching old movies gets boring for you? Clearly you don't have enough old movies then. My old movies list is about 2,000 movies long.
This will be more useful.
I've yet to get sick of my list. I have a movie, like an old movie to watch for like every mood I'm in. If I'm feeling adventurous, I got like 50 movies to choose from my childhood and my teenage years. If I'm feeling mysterious, I have about 100 of those. If I'm in a very weird mood for rom-coms, or my girlfriend just wants to watch some rom-coms, we sit down and I got about 1,000 movies to pick from just for those. Well, it feels like it whenever I sit down. Because the thing is, I'll sit down and we'll look through my old VHSs, we'll look through DVDs, and look through streaming services, and she never seems to be able to pick her favorite. Only 100 movies? That's it? Really? Pottery. Excuse me. Can you give me a movie to watch if you want to turn your brain? OCC. What's OCC stand for? off. Oh. Any Adam Sandler comedy. Other than Adam Sandler comedies, let's see. Turn your brain off and just kind of enjoy. That's a long list, actually. The problem is there are some actually really solid movies with really amazing plots if you pay attention, but you can also turn your brain off and enjoy them. But if we're talking about movies that are just so dumb they're not really worth the effort, even at the best of times, that you could just turn your brain off to. See, you got the Simpsons movie, you got the... it's a DVD box that you can get, so it counts as a movie, I suppose. The Family Guy Star Wars special. I know in the it's actually 3 episodes of the show, but on the DVD, like Blue Harvest and the other 2 episodes, they're all like meshed into one, so it counts as a movie. So you can watch that. Ted 2. You can turn your brain off entirely for those. Grown Ups, although I guess that falls under Adam Sandler movies. Yeah, I got a list. Like, there's quite a few movies that are just brain dead. You can turn your brain off and enjoy them, just for being stupid. Troll 2. You can turn your brain off for that one. No one turned their brain on for that one, so... Go for Jackie Chan movies in the early 2000s. I mean, those are pretty solid. Thing is, the first Rush Hour movie, like that's what the first thing that comes to mind when I hear Jackie Chan's name. Honestly, you can turn your brain off for that one, but that movie is very enjoyable if you do pay attention because of the in-jokes and stuff. The jokes in that movie are just god tier. Right, like the original Rush Hour, just so amazing. Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan. Whoever came up with that is a freaking genius. I don't care how coked out of their mind they were or not. Just did a line, like they were like, "Oh, we got to come up with a new movie franchise." And it's like in the 90s or 80s, and they're like, "Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker." Yes, go on. Hey, movie about kidnapping. Shit going down. Alright, and what's Chris Tucker? Is he like a street, like, dude, like, he's talking smack? He's a smack-talking police officer! Chris Tucker is a police officer? It'll work, trust me! Alright. To be honest, some of the best movies from, like, the 90s, I have no doubt were made at the back of someone doing some coke. Prove me wrong. Show me the like I would have loved to be a fly on the wall during like the 90s and 80s for like some of the movie ideas that they came up with. No one's telling me that drugs were not involved. Rush Hour 2 is way more a turnoff. I mean, I definitely don't remember it as fondly as the first Rush Hour, but I don't like hate it. Like I can think of significantly worse films than Rush Hour 2. Like any of the last couple years worth of films, to be honest. It's still a fun movie you can watch. Rush Hour 3, I barely remember the plot of that one, so that's probably not a good sign. Excuse me. Never liked John Hughes movies, never been your thing? I don't mind them. But to each their own. I'm not too picky on that front. Thing is, when it comes to comedies, I'm very not picky. Or I tend not to be, anyway. Ben Stiller's your favorite comedies? Really? I mean, I think he's pretty good for comedy movies, but I wouldn't say he's my go-to. But let me double check some. Ben Stiller movies. Because I can think of many movies he's been in, but actual movies he's directed, that's another thing. Like, obviously Zoolander's pretty good. Okay, so he was directly involved. Okay, so yeah, I'd say some of his I'm definitely a thinker solid. Not all. Yeah. I miss Night at the Museum. That was a good movie. My go-to is Jim Carrey. For most comedies, especially like when I think of like older ones, yeah, Jim Carrey was more or less my go-to. Jim Carrey is just so expressive with his comedy that I can't get enough of it. And though, you know, and The Mask is one of my favorite movies, even though that I know that's not technically a comedy. It's got comedic things in it, but it's not like a straight comedy. That's like one of my favorite movies. Not because of any like objective quality, like it's not like it's better than the Lord of the Rings trilogy or anything like that, but it's just in my top 50 easily, solely because of how much fun it has as a movie. Oh wait, hold on. Cable Guy is a good movie. I enjoy that one. Maximum Potion. 8 more minutes. Joy. Alright, so once the Flux Suite is done, we can go get Flipendo. Then from there, probably follow the butterflies. And then we'll jump on the main story quest again. Where the Millers was the last one for you? I don't know what the last one is for me.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
I am.
I'd like to ask you about changing the room's ambience.
Of course. What sort of overall look most appeals to you?
Nah. Actually, perhaps another time.
I was just wondering if I could get some extra dialogue out of him, but nah. The ambience is fine. I'm looking for cold and dark. Because I'm edgy. Do you like MCU comedy? No. I did at first. I'm not gonna pretend like there wasn't some good. For me, it worked when it was like just Star-Lord and like one or two other characters. Yeah, but when it became like everybody's comedy, like every single character was no longer the straight man. It was just constant jokes and like fucking sarcastic remarks. That's when it got fucking old. First of all, it robbed Star-Lord of his uniqueness for his like comedic lint and his smarmy attitude. But when everybody is sarcastic and smarmy, it got freaking old. Like, there needs to be the straight men to the... There needs to be the straight shooters to the dorky comedians, right? If everyone is constantly cracking jokes the same way, the same style, the same credence, it's just robbed of any level of its like uniqueness, and it makes me want to blow my brains out. It's just so frustrating. Like, I genuinely hate watching new MCU movies. That's why I haven't watched any of this latest wave of them. The last MCU movie I watched in theaters was Avengers Endgame. That was it. And everything after that, like, it just, even in the trailers, I was like, nah, not for me. I'm good. Like, I was burnt out by the MCU, by Avengers Endgame itself anyway. You do like Jon Favreau? I mean, I think Jon Favreau's fine. It's just, again, like, the MCU is just overly inflated with that kind of humor. Like, it felt special and unique when it was just Star-Lord and, like, one other character. Just, they overdid it. They overdid it. Just like the movies themselves. Like, they overstayed their welcome. Like, they were cool and great when they were, like, this new thing and they had this unique style and this unique story they were telling. But now we got, like, how many MCU movies in total?
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you brewed.
So I don't like Tom Holland as Peter? No. I think he's a fine Peter. I call it bias or nostalgia, but I kind of prefer Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, but I grew up with that, so maybe, again, I think that's bias. Tom Holland is probably the second best Spider-Man to me, though. I didn't like Andrew... Is it Andrew Garfield? Is that his name? I don't know, the Amazing Spider-Man kid. That guy. I didn't really enjoy his take on Spider-Man. Well, I say his take. It's not like... It was his take in the sense of playing the character, but the writers and the directors of that set of movies... I don't know, I wasn't super impressed. They weren't bad. Like, I don't think there's ever been a bad live-action Spider-Man movie, unless I'm, like, not... Unless there was, like, a really terrible one, like in the 90s or 80s or something that I never heard about. But just between the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies with Tobey Maguire and through the Tom Holland ones, I would definitely put the Andrew Garfield era or arc as, like, the bottom of the Spider-Man movies. Not because they're, like, horrible. Like, they're not bad. But they're just not good. No, it won't make it grow faster, but it's growing. And the thing is, I've already searched the castle for everything else I want. Everything else is locked behind doors. What do you want me to look for, Jenny? But no, I don't mind Tom Holland. Like I said, second favorite Spider-Man, next to Tobey Maguire. I think Tom Holland does a pretty good mix of, like, the geeky... Actually, that's the thing. I don't really think he does the geeky nerd of Spider-Man very well. He does do the... he does do everything else pretty well, though. The physical acting, the youthful energy, you know, he does that pretty well. I just don't think... I can't see him really being a nerd or a geek. Like, the movies try pretty hard to sell that. And... credit to them, they almost do, but I just never feel it. Like, Tobey Maguire is the only one I ever felt like nailed Peter Parker and did great as, I just say almost said okay, but it did a great job as Spider-Man as well. Like, he did both pretty well in all three movies. But with Tom Holland, I think he does amazing when he's in the suit doing the action and playing the character and doing all that stuff. That is, he's the perfect Spider-Man. He's just not a great Peter Parker, in my opinion. We're all burnt out in the MCU. I mean, I think most people are at this point. Like, every MCU movie that comes out, you can pretty much predict the humor that's going to be in it to a T. You can predict the storylines also at this point pretty closely. I mean, they haven't deviated that much in that regard. Honestly... It's overstayed its welcome. They Hollywood did what it always does. It finds a successful niche and market, and then it just milks the shit out of it. Like, it never stops. It's like, oh, we need to continue, like, trying to force this thing, like, left and right. It's, like, never ending. They just need to give it a rest. They really need to give it a rest. Not just Hollywood. I mean, yeah, it's not just Hollywood. Lots of, like, mediums do that, but Hollywood, it feels the most direct because it's just, like, the movie scene. How many Souls-like games are there? Oh, many. Many, 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 many. Well, I want some sweet nostalgia. What kind of movies do I put on? Well, like I said, it depends on the mood. There's lots of movies I'm nostalgic for. If I'm in for, like, a horror vibe, I watched John Carpenter's 1982 The Thing. I watched the 70s Jaws movie. I say that like there's, like, a new one version, but at this point I'm kind of afraid at some point I will have to start saying the 70s version, because it's only a matter of time before they remake that bad boy, and I hope to God they don't, but they might. But I rewatched Jaws with my mom. Let's see. If it's Christmas time, I watched the Jim Carrey's The Grinch. If I'm in the mood for, let's see, another Christmas movie I'm sometimes in the mood for is Albert Finney's Scrooge. That's probably the best one. I also watch the Muppets movies if I'm feeling for more of like a quirky kind of vibe. Yeah, like I got like a different nostalgic movie to me for like every season or feeling or vibe. And I remember for Christmas I watch in October. I don't really watch it ever during Christmas, weirdly enough. For me, that movie feels way more Halloween than it does Christmas, which I think is the point. But I usually watch that late October, normally. Like, that's like one of my Halloween movies. That's my lighthearted Halloween movie. I have like one other lighthearted Halloween movie, but if I'm in for like a horror Halloween, I watch Pumpkinhead, I watch Halloween, the original. I watch, Jesus, any of the Nightmare on Elm Streets, Friday the 13th. Honestly, I just have a really long list of, like, for me, nostalgia is just anything that like reminds me of my childhood and like things like I grew up with. So that's, the list is exponentially long.
Brilliant.
There we go. So now we've successfully done what the teacher asked us to do. So now we can go learn Flipendo. Finally. Batman Returns is your Christmas movie? It wouldn't be my Christmas movie, but interesting choice. Oh, there it goes. For a second, I lost control of my character.
Revelio. Galleon's
Do I port over there? Wherever there is in this case. What are some movies that freaked me out as a kid? Jeepers Creepers. I watched that when I was like 8. That fucked with me. Jeepers Creepers is a movie I can only watch like once every couple of years, and it still gets to me every time. So it's one of those movies that is just, it's freaky, like extra freaky.
I always feel quite safe.
There you are, Professor.
Perhaps a hybrid. Bouncing tentacular.
I've finished the activities you assigned me, Professor Garlick.
Wonderful. I hope you gained a greater appreciation for the flora in our lives. I am forever enraptured by it. Just yesterday, I spent hours pruning my self-fertilizing shrubs and flutterby bushes. Didn't realize how long I'd been at it until the sun began to set. Well, if there's one thing I love to see more than my plants thriving, it's one of my students doing the same. Now, ready to learn flipendo? Chin up, keep a light grip, and it's all in the wrist. Let's see you give it a go.
Alright, here we go.
You will want to focus with this spell. Nothing as mortifying as knocking back a colleague when all you wanted to do was move a few pots.
Flipendo.
Wonderfully done! If you'd like to practice a bit more, you're welcome to do so here in the greenhouse. Just...
Crap, which one's Flipendo? Oh, that one is. Flipendo.
Mind the plants, please.
Professor!
Look at that! You're a natural.
It's a knockback jinx. Like Accio. It's a force spell capable of dispelling violet shield charms. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, so we knocked that out. So let's do the follow the butterflies and then we'll get back on the main story quest. Do I like American Psycho?
Was I? Oh, yes.
I don't dislike it. It's not my favorite movie or anything like that. It's a... how would I describe my feelings on that movie? It's a movie my older sister and mom like. Me, I kind of just... I watched it once, thought it was like, okay. And really don't have any more in-depth feelings than that, to be honest. I don't know, I don't really feel strongly one way or another about American Psycho. It's definitely a... well, would you call it iconic? In its own way. Especially for horror, it's definitely iconic, but... actually, it's good. I'd describe it personally more as a thriller, less of a horror. But, regardless. Yeah, I can't really...
There they are. She wasn't making it up. Well, we've come this far. Miss Willardsy might get an answer about these butterflies.
Yeah, let me follow the butterflies.
Accio! Well. Look what we have here.
Alright, real quick. Pulp Fiction, Whiplash, and American Psycho. Okay. I go back and forth on my favorite all the time. My top 3. I think my top 3, the games that are most consistently in my top 3 are Green Mile, Shawshank Redemption, and third one's always the hardest. Probably Tango and Cash.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
That's really hard to say. There's so many amazing films that I just adore. So it's hard for me to do my top 3.
Oh, please tell me you have an answer for me about the butterflies.
Hello, Miss Willardsey.
Well, what happened? Did you find them?
Well, what happened? Did you find them?
They led me into the forest and revealed a treasure.
Oh, how lovely! I'm glad you were rewarded for your efforts. Perhaps one day I'll be able to bring myself to go into the forest. For now, I'm happy simply knowing there's something so lovely to see, should I dare.
I'm level 21. I'm over halfway to max level.
Keys when you know Alohomora. Point of toilet.
Right. Quests. Chamber. Meep. Now to continue with the main story. That guy's good. I fucking love that movie. It's if it's not one of my favorite of all time, it's certainly my favorite 80s movie. Just hands down. It's so good.
I doubt Scribner would stand for that.
Not even because it's like high art or anything. No, it's just like the 80s movie. Enough said. It's like the 80s movie. It is so good. I just love the shit out of it. Alright, let's talk to your professor. Hello.
I was hoping to see you.
You're back.
Finally. Minister Spavin talks more than he listens. Ranted on and on about rogue dragons. Wouldn't listen to a word about goblins. Speaking of which...
Listen, Professor. So much happened while you were away. I received a flurry of messages from Professor Black's house elf, Scrope.
Scrope sent you messages?
Yes. I thought it was odd too. He asked me to meet him and then told me to take the toast.
Why would you want to take toast?
To a cave under the lake. That's where I found Richard Jackdaw's ghost.
Who on earth is Richard Jackdaw?
He was a student here long ago. Anyway, he told me about a secret cavern. I went there, and right next to Jackdaw's skeleton, I found the missing pages.
You found the pages?
I did. And because Jackdaw had followed the map they contained, when I found the pages, I found the location on the map. Believe it or not, it's a room below Hogwarts.
Why am I not surprised?
Really?
Shall we?
After all that, you're not surprised?
Oh, and we'll need to bring the book.
That was a lot of overwhelming information.
The room is called the Map Chamber, by the way. And a portrait of Percival Rackham awaits us there.
Professor Rackham. I look forward to meeting him. How did this Jackdaw get the pages from the book?
Evidently, Peeves stole them, and Jackdaw stole them from him.
Oh, Peeves. To think it was beneath us all this time. This looks promising.
Should be going down.
A map. There's Hogsmeade. And over here, the Forbidden Forest. And, of course, Hogwarts. It's magnificent. If only you were here to see this.
His wife.
Hello,
She recipes.
Professor Rackham. We've placed the book on the pedestal as you asked. And this is my mentor, Professor Fig.
How do you do, Professor Fig? And you, my young friend, see now why you needed to return with the book?
I do. I also see why you refer to this room as the map chamber.
That you have come this far tells me that you possess extraordinary magical ability, the potential and power of which will unlock should you prove yourself worthy. The location of each of 4 trials will, in time, appear on the map. Trials that will test you and give you access to invaluable knowledge. Trials that you must complete on your own. Do you recall the pensive memory you viewed in my vault in Gringotts?
Yes.
You and your friend Charles spoke of the portkey and of trials you'd created for one who could see traces of ancient magic.
Precisely. Charles is another of the Keepers, a designation we gave ourselves centuries ago, in light of the knowledge that we have been bound to keep hidden. Until perhaps now.
So, the passage from your ruins to Gringotts, everything in the vault, the restricted section, finding this room, none of these was a trial.
They were an important part of the journey, but they were not trials themselves. The fact that you have come this far, however, bodes well. The trials were designed to ensure that the power and knowledge we have kept secret for so long does not fall into the wrong hands. They will test your abilities, both innate and learned. But of equal importance, everything you witness as you complete the trials will inform what you choose to do with all that we share. You will need patience. The trials have much to teach you. It will take time.
I'm afraid we don't have the luxury of time.
We have waited this long, Professor Fig. Surely a few more.
Respectfully, sir, while I do not know the secret you keep, I do know that our young friend here has seen traces of a powerful dark magic being wielded by goblin kind. And we encountered an uncommonly powerful goblin wielding such magic as we prepared to leave your vault at Gringotts. We may already be too late.
This is grave news indeed. Young friend, do you trust Professor Fig?
I do.
Then, in the light of your considerable skill and all you have already accomplished, we shall begin. You will find the location of the first trial marked on the map below you. Whilst Professor Fig may assist you in locating the trials, they may be completed only by one with our ability.
Shall we have a look?
I'm wondering if Professor Fig will end up being kind of a double cross.
I know that tower. It's not far. You may have seen it yourself.
It looks familiar. Perhaps your young friend is more well-traveled than you might think.
As your mentor, the least I can do is go ahead to make sure it is safe. Join me as soon as you can.
You said that you know that tower. What can you tell me about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. I've passed it dozens of times. It's north of Hogsmeade. My recollection is that it seems abandoned. Clearly, however, the tower conceals more than meets the eye.
I'll find you at the tower as soon as I can.
Until then, be careful, and do not tell anyone where you're going.
He's into the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, so he's not evil. Wait, he's into her? What do you mean? Really?
It's time you learned, Glacius, the freezing spell. It is an efficient way to cool down a heated situation. But first, I will need you to complete some tasks.
Oh, okay.
Once you've done that, come and see me.
So the Glacier spell plus the slashing. How far ahead are you now? What the hell? You did all your sounds so good. Were you just like up all night, Jenny? Like just spamming this game? You got it after I started streaming it. At least that's what I got for an implication. Plead the fifth. Of course.
Over here.
What are you up to now?
Stuff.
We're not alone.
We are not. Ranrock's loyalists. Around a dozen I can see, but could be more.
Can't we apparate past them into the tower?
We could, but we've no idea what's in the tower. More importantly, however, I'd like to know why they're here. They've set up camp just ahead. I suggest we investigate a little before doing anything else. Let's go.
Can I beat him up?
Isn't ideal.
No, it isn't. This way. And I'd suggest we use the disillusionment charm here. No sense in announcing our arrival.
I disagree. Combat's fun. And stealth's boring.
Oh, this day's gone on too long.
Quickly now. Stay hidden and cast Petrificus Totalis.
One of the best meals I've ever eaten.
Petrificus Totalis.
Well done.
Oh, so that acts as like an execute.
There must be something here. Ramrock said so. There must be something here. Ramrock said so.
Petrificus Totalis.
witch or will.
The ragdoll's pretty funny.
There must be something here. Ramrock said so. Most goblins in my family worked in the mines at one time or other. Petrificus totalis. Someone there?
Orders. Directly from Ranrock.
So there's a tower in surrounding area of the
That they're after something to do with names. What names?
Revelio.
Right here.
I will draw blood.
So much for stealth. Ow.
Rather unwise coming back this way. Down! You are pathetic. You've never been pitiful. That was meant for me.
Incendio.
You won't stop me. Let's get this over with.
Levioso. Levioso.
I will make you pay.
Many goblins have always been antagonistic towards wizard kind, but this is different somehow. Oh, I'm glad that's over. Let's head inside.
Hello, LeBron James. Welcome to the stream.
Looks like we found the entrance.
Here we have.
It's locked.
Couldn't use that opportunity to teach me Aloha Moras.
Very handy. No time now, but if you don't learn it soon enough, we can work on it back at the castle.
Hopefully. I'd like that spell now, please.
Revelio.
Considering half the castle's locked.
Someone was an avid reader. Can't say I'm familiar with many of these
Well, the
titles.
games I play, Final Fantasy XIV, on occasion, the Modern Warfare 2. And any game I really feel like. I don't really have a specific game I limit myself to.
With roads like that, it could be anyone.
The games I play most regularly is Final Fantasy XIV, though. Fortnite? No, I'm not 3. Fortnite's such a cringe game.
Revelio.
I imagine these brooms have been enchanted for centuries. Never seen an enchantment last this long.
Welcome to San Bakar's Tower.
Ah, Percival.
Hello, Professor. Did you say Sam Bakar's tower?
I did. Professor Bakar is a keeper you have yet to encounter. I'm glad to see that I was correct in presuming that we would meet again soon after our last encounter, though I surmise, based on the commotion I heard, that you did not have an easy time getting to me.
We did not, Professor. We encountered goblins outside the tower.
That goblins were aware of my vault is disquieting enough. But if they have also made a connection to this tower, then the threat may be greater than I thought. All the more reason for us to move forward. Downstairs, near the entry, a reservoir of ancient magic, like those you've seen before, has been unlocked. Command it to access a doorway. I'm afraid I cannot say more. As Professor Fig cannot join you, he and I will, in time, see you back at the map chamber. Remember what you see.
We're going to need to understand how Ranrock's loyalists knew about a tower that once belonged to a keeper. For the moment, however, you've more important things to set your mind to. A reservoir of ancient magic, I believe?
Yes, sir.
Then I shall leave matters in your increasingly capable hands. That said, be careful.
I will, sir. I'll see you back in the map chamber. A reservoir of ancient magic, downstairs, near the entry.
Wow. Excuse me. Have I ever played? Yeah, twice. That's about it. I don't intend to play it again. To be honest, the actual game itself isn't the problem, the community. Oh my god. Like, kids have made that game so cringy. It's an okay game. It's nothing really worth bragging about, that's for sure. Yeah. But the thing is, it's really hard to call it a game, because it's one game mode that you just repeat over and 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 over again. So it's more like a game mode that people have blown up into a whole game. Then again, battle royales as a whole are kind of what that is. Excuse me. For me, PUBG was just as bad with the whole like, oh, this is a game. So not really. This is a game mode. Call of Duty had the right idea. Like, they added battle royale on top of everything else. That's a smart move to make. Because they saw it as what it's supposed to be. It's a game mode. Like team deathmatch, capture the flag, kill confirm. But generally speaking, children have ruined Fortnite. Whatever charm Fortnite had for me was ruined by kids. Because the amount of cringy videos, the amount of stock kids put into that game is terrifying. Like, it just got so oversaturated and over-obsessed by kids that I got nothing for it anymore. Like, I can't even look at the game without thinking of all the cringe that kids have drowned it under. And it just makes me want to smash my head against the wall, because it's far more like relieving of pain than playing that game.
I've seen this before, in Gringotts and the restricted section. Revelio.
Dang it, they're repairing themselves.
Impressive. That must have done something. Best have a look around.
Interesting. Clever. Do I work outside of games? I don't work in games, really. I mean, I'm developing a tabletop game, but outside of that, I don't really work in games. I'm a substitute school. My main job right now is I'm a substitute school teacher. I help out in advertising. I also do that. But generally speaking, this is a hobby. Like, I'm not telling you that. I'm not doxing myself on the internet, nor am I doxing the school I work for. That's stupid.
I presume I'm looking for traces of ancient magic. But where? More traces of ancient magic. Something must be different. Revelio.
Chests are missing. Doesn't look like it. Okay. And state. I sub in the state I live in, which is Maine. I'll tell you that much, but that's about it. Still, you're getting a little weird with the personal questions there.
These are never a welcome sight.
Boss battle.
At least I know what to expect this time.
Yeah, it's fine. Just easy on the personal questions.
Explain.
Work in a school? Yes, I do. I am a teacher.
Revelio.
So before I move on, what's over here? Math? Math is amongst the things I cover, yeah. I pretty much cover every subject. I cover math, science, humanities.
which is what social studies became.
Lumos.
No.
Accio.
Hi, Karen. Good to see you. Oh yeah, I get along. Well, depends on the day. The kids at the school I work at they fluctuate. Some days I couldn't be happier to be, subbing for them and helping them out. And some days it's like they woke up that morning and they just really hated me for some reason and wanted to make my day difficult. So for me, it's like day to day. Oh, that texture's wigging out.
Accio. Was it Accio I used before?
Jack Parker School Rock. Not quite. I'm actually quite a stern teacher most of the time.
Revelio. That platform looks like it ought to get me where I need to go.
Well, it's part of professionalism, bud. Unfortunately, part of the job is you got to...
Accio.
Thing is, my main job while I work there is I'm to keep the kids safe. I'm basically a bodyguard. That's my primary job. Keep them safe from each other and keep them safe from any outside threat. That's my job. That's my primary role as a substitute. And I take it very seriously. Because I think is at the end of the day, no matter how frustrating the kids are, at the end of the day, they're kids. And if I can do something to make them safer, I do it. 100 out of 100 times. But,
Accio.
The chest right here. Sometimes, like, I think the kids definitely don't seem to get that most of the time. My second role in my job is behavior. I have to make sure they behave, and I don't know if you've ever dealt with middle school kids, but they're a little rough around the edges. I'll put it like that. They're rough around the edges.
The room, more statues. Revelio. Accio.
Mr. Not Cool Teacher. I mean, I like to be cool when I can. Like, for example, I like to let the kids play games sometimes. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, more statues.
Leviosa. Confringo. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Not making this easy on me.
Yeah, I did quit that job. It wasn't very nice. But I'm a stern teacher most of the time.
I presume I'm looking for traces of ancient magic.
But when I can be, I like to go easy on the kids. I like to let them play a game or two, you know, that kind of thing. If a day goes by where I can just let the kids have fun and they're behaving well, they're not giving me grief, they're not lying to my face, which I see all the time. Like the kids lie to your, like, I get that kids lie. Like, it comes with the territory. They don't want to get in trouble. They don't want to get their friends in trouble. They think that they're good at lying. I don't think I've met a single kid at the school I work at that can lie. Like, at all. Like, they all are so obvious. They don't make eye contact. They're all shaky. Or even if they do make direct eye contact with you, usually they lie about the dumbest stuff. That there's no way it's true. And it's ridiculous. Kids lie. And they're so full of it. And I almost respect sometimes when they put their all into a lie.
I'm looking for traces of ancient magic.
Because it's just like, at that point it's pity. It's like, you really thought that was a good lie. Like, you thought you were convincing there. Okay. Accio. But, you know, but on the days where they don't lie to me, they're all straightforward to me, they tell me the truth, they're respectful. That seems to be the hardest one to get the kids to be, is respectful. There is a huge lack of respect from kids. And I get it, I'm a substitute. For the kids, when they hear substitute, they translate that to mean is, I can get away with whatever I want today. And I do my best to show to them that's not the case. I will give you a detention, I will give you a suspension, I will give you what's within my power to give you if you try and do bad. The thing is, if they're respectful to me, if they're doing all what they need to do, they do their work, I try and cut them some slack. So I'm as stern as I have to be. I don't go the extra mile, I don't think, but that's me. I don't know. And some of these kids just make me sad. Like, genuinely sad. I'm gonna drop this topic shortly because it's lowering my mood, and the last thing I want to talk about is work. But I'll leave off on this. Like, the kids, they just seem to care so little about their education and their futures, and it just, I don't know, some days I just kind of want to cry. It's just like, they really don't care about them. It's both a combination of they don't care about themselves so much, and they care so little about themselves and their futures, or worse, they just don't understand how important it is to know some of this stuff, that they genuinely just don't even attempt to do anything. I've had kids turn in work in the middle of class that straight up says, I don't know on it.
Looking for traces of ancient magic. But where?
It's like, as bad as my generation could be at some of that stuff, I can't recall us ever being that bad. To the point where we wrote, I don't know on a piece of paper. But these kids just don't care. And it's very depressing. It's just, I know that their futures are screwed if they don't pick it up. And some of these kids are going into high school next year, and they can't even do fractions. Like, really basic math. I got 5th graders that can spell, write, and do better math than 8th graders. And it's terrifying. It's terrifying and genuinely upsetting. So, Honestly, that's what's most stressful about my job, is just knowing that these kids don't care and that their lives are doomed, more or less, going forward. Now, I'm not saying they're all are. It's not universal, but it's, for me, from what I've seen, it's the majority. Very few of these kids care. But anyway, like I said, last thing I want to talk about is work. Last thing I want to talk about.
Seems I ought to explore this archway from both sides.
Yeah. Well, that's clever.
Accio! What did that burst of magic change on both sides of the archway? Something must be different. Accio!
Good basic puzzle.
I'll never get used to these floors.
Alright, big bad guys.
Leviosa! Incendio! Confringo! Defendo! Expelliarmus! Incendio! Confringo! Defendo! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Incendio! Protego! Defendo! Expelliarmus! Confringo! Incendio! Defendo! Levioso! Incendio! Expelliarmus! Confringo!
There we go.
Revelio!
The ravioli spell. Ravioli? Kind of random.
Now to see what's changed on each side of this archway. Things are definitely different on either side of the archway. But how? Accio! What if I stood on one platform and used Accio on the other? That ought to work.
I already figured it out, game.
Revelio. Don't like the look of this. Accio! Incendio! Expelliarmus! Confringo! Defender! Defender! Expelliarmus! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Incendio! Levioso! Levioso! Defender!
Dang, that smell could be nasty. Oh, great.
Incendio. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Confirm. Incendio. Defendo. Incendio. Expelliarmus, Incendio. Confringo, Defendo. Accio. Leviosa. Repulsor. Flipendo. Defendo. Expelliarmus, Confringo, Incendio. Defendo. Confringo. Repulsor.
Ah, okay. I was mad.
Incendio. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Accio.
FF boss is chilling in the basement. Okay.
What a relief.
And that is a very Final Fantasy boss. Yeah.
Revelio.
Just the chest.
Another pensive.
And the chest.
Your ability to transfigure the world around you is remarkable. What is it?
My father isn't getting better. I don't think he'll ever recover from the death of my brother.
It is agonizing to see those we love suffer.
The drought was years ago, but the pain of losing him is as deep for him now as if it had happened only yesterday. He doesn't need pretty pillars, he needs peace. What if I could help him, Professor?
You do so much for your father already.
It's not enough. I want to take away his pain.
It is tempting, I know, to use this magic that you're mastering to transfigure more than the physical world. But human emotion is a potent force unto itself. Even the most well-meaning and competent witch cannot possibly know the consequences of irrevocably manipulating it.
So I'm to watch as my father's pain destroys him.
It is not your pain to take. Every year, a student sees something sillier than I could ever imagine in their tea leaves. Oh, Miss Morganach, welcome back to Hogwarts, Professor.
That's going to take some getting used to.
Fast forward in time there.
I was so pleased to hear that you'd accepted the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Professor.
Sit, Isadora. Tell us about your travels.
I was actually hoping that you and the others might join me at my home this evening. There's much I'd like to share with you.
That would be delightful. We shall let the others know.
She'd only turn out evil. I mean, it certainly seems they're hinting at that.
Another memory.
I mean, another wizard we can all think of on top of our heads that screwed with the natural world because they weren't happy with how things worked was like Voldemort.
Stone.
And
That must be the way back to the map chamber.
he wasn't exactly a good guy. Flee! I mean, yeah, that doesn't help either. Defense Against the Dark Arts.
What have we here?
I'm a student at Hogwarts, sir. And this is Professor Fig.
Professor Charles Rookwood at your service. Has someone completed the first trial?
I have, Professor Rookwood. We saw you in the Pensive in Gringotts with Professor Rackham.
The road to hell and all. Yeah, road to hell is paved with good intentions.
You found the portkey to access Professor Rackham's vault, and you deciphered the map within the locket you found floating above that Pensive.
I did. I found something that I can't identify floating above the last Pensive.
Ah, yes. You will find a similar artifact in each trial. You must take care to keep them safe. You'll need them to complete the journey we have set forth for you. Once you have them all, we will tell you what to do with them.
Very well. Are you able to tell me anything about the next trial?
I have a fedora, actually.
Before you proceed, I would like to speak with Charles regarding the urgent situation involving the goblins.
The goblins?
The student has seen traces of a powerful dark magic being wielded by goblin kind. They and their mentor, Professor Fig, not only encountered goblins lurking outside of Sanbakar's tower, they also encountered a powerful goblin in my vault at Gringotts.
I'm afraid it would be wise to halt the trials until we know more.
We shall defer to you in this matter, of course. Now then...
Wait, Professor. The name Rookwood. Do you think...
that there's a connection to Victor? Perhaps, but we can't be sure of its significance, if any.
I mean, it's gotta have some.
Tell me what you saw in the Pensive.
It's a unique name.
Before the witch from the last Pensive, Isadora, became a Hogwarts professor, she argued with Professor Rackham about using magic to remove pain.
Hopefully the next Pensive provides more context. For now, we should learn what Ranrock knows. I will be honest, I've no idea where to start.
Actually, I might know of someone. I saw Serona at the Three Broomsticks speaking to a goblin once. They seemed friendly.
Well, it's worth a try. See what you can find out. Of course, don't forget...
My studies. Yes, sir.
Before you go...
Professor?
Have you encountered swirling traces of magic in the world? Aside from those along our path?
Not that I recall. What are they?
Evidence of the Keeper's efforts to manipulate the power of ancient magic during our time. If I am correct, and I usually am, you should be able to use them to inform and enhance your own magic.
Thank you, sir. I will look out for them.
Ooh, that's pretty. Oh, so we're actually getting seasonal changes in the game. Huh. It's fall. That means Halloween. And Halloween in Hogwarts usually mean stuff happening. At least according to the movies and the books. Alright, real quick. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, guys. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to run to the bathroom. My inventory's getting full again. You located a purple color robe. Well, I'm glad your life is complete. Yeah, Karn, as I was saying, there is a fedora. It's right here. I prefer the bowler hat, though.
I should have.
I've got spectacular news. The broom upgrade's ready. Ha! Stop by the shop when you can.
Broom upgrade is ready. Awesome.
I hope you will come and see me about a pressing and highly confidential matter at your earliest convenience. I believe that we may be able to help each other.
Uh-huh.
Please see me after class once you have completed the tasks I've set for you. I would like to teach you Descendo, useful for pulling objects to the ground.
So, that's a lot more quests that just got added. Purchase a broom enhancement from Albie Weeks. Yeah. With all the money I have. Yeah. Hopefully it'll be fairly cheap compared to some purchases. So, Madame Kagawa wants to teach me Glacius, and Professor Onai wants to teach me Descendo. Oh, before we do that, we gotta do this. Talk to Godwin, the Hogwarts caretaker wishes to speak with you. Alright, so he's gonna teach us Alohomora? Fucking A, dude! Let's go see him! Let's go see him right now! Let's do it! Do it! Let's go! It's only 1K? Oh, okay. You want to break an enter? Yes.
That travel broadens the mind.
Unlock madame doors. There you are. You teach me a little Homora, are ya?
Hello again, Mr. Moon.
Oh, I was hoping to see you again, my young friend. Gladwin Moon, Hogwarts caretaker, at your service. First, please allow me to apologize if I seemed a bit unsteady when we last met. I'm afraid I had a rather disconcerting encounter. Although I hear your visit to Hogsmeade was even more eventful than mine.
I suppose you could call it eventful. I certainly wasn't expecting a troll attack.
Oh, of course not. From what I understand, the village was lucky you were there. In fact, my recent visit to Hogsmeade is the reason I was hoping to bump into you. I could use your help with something. Do you see that curious statue over there? Watch what happens when that light changes from day to night. Now, if you wouldn't mind humouring me for a moment, see if you can remove the moon from the statue. Ooh, odd little contraptions, aren't they? It seems the statue vanishes once the moon is removed, which, incidentally, can only be done at night. Why don't you hold on to that one for now, and I'll explain more as we walk. Ever since that fateful day in the village, those curious statues have begun appearing about the castle. A fair number have been strewn around Hogsmeade. Someone, it seems, is trying to torment me. You see,
not a fan of demigods, huh?
I turned a corner and came face to face with a boggart, or shapeshifter, if you will, which takes the form of whatever scares you most. This one took the form of a demiguise.
A demiguise?
Yes! Terrifying creature that can see the future. Wholly unnerving. I encountered one when I was a lad in Korea. Terrible experience. Those statues are demiguises. The moons, I assume, are an uninspired play on my name. Some jackanapes used a boggart to learn my greatest fear and use it against me. I have my suspicion as to the scoundrel or scoundrels responsible. It is my hope that they will slip up and reveal themselves as the statues disappear. That is why I need your help in removing the statues.
Why me?
A couple of reasons, frankly. First, your daring do against those trolls in Hogsmeade has gained you a reputation for fearlessness. Second, as macabre and hideous as a demiguise is, Most would find my fear of them unwarranted. You, however, have seen how they affect me. I'm at my wit's end, young friend. I simply can't bring myself to go near them. In fact, I know of 2 statues right here in the faculty tower. Perhaps you could start simply by removing them, so I can go about my evening duties.
Why would I do this? Seems all risk and no reward.
Oh, rest assured, there's very little risk, and there is, in fact, a reward. I will teach you a particularly useful spell. First, you know how to cast a disillusionment charm, correct? You'll want to do that before wandering the tower at night. Next, you'll notice that the door is locked. However will you get in? Alahomora, that's how.
But what about curfew?
Alahomora. That's the first time I've heard it pronounced like that.
I said something like
Alahomora.
me when I was your age. Oh, the school was my oyster. And I took advantage of it. Oh, everyone loved me for it. Oh, those were the days. Now, you'll find one statue in the prefect's bathroom and the other in the hospital wing. Good luck. Oh, and thank you.
Do I think having high quality children's entertainment is important? Yes. If you ever doubt that, remember some of the most fondly remembered things are from our childhood. And they can really define or help define who you are. Grass Raptor, what was your dream? What do you think of the game so far? I like it quite a lot. It is a very, very solid game. And pretty much everything I always wanted out of a Harry Potter game. I really have no complaints with the game so far, other than I'm a little worried about its replayability. And it's a little off on the optimization. The thing is, it feels weird for me to point that out because it's so well optimized compared to a lot of recent flops. Like, it's way better than Fallout 76 was when that came out. It's way better than Cyberpunk 2077. It's honestly, it's just way better. Like, 15 years ago, this would be considered ill-optimized and would be kind of raked through the coals for it. But nowadays, when you look at its competition, I mean, let's look at the more recent release, Darktide. This game is downright polished to a T by comparison to all of that. Honestly, the only problem with the game is it's a little heavy on the graphics card once you get past the first hour of the game. Outside of that, and my worry that the replayability isn't going to be as good, I'll explain that briefly. I explained it earlier on the stream, but I'll explain it briefly again. It's mainly because the main way to level in this game, is by collectathon. Combat is not by any means, at least seemingly, doesn't have the same way. Like, XP is not even given out for just killing. Like, it's not like you kill a goblin and you get 5 XP. That's not how the game works. The game primarily gives XP through challenges like this. In combat, there are combat challenges, don't get me wrong. There absolutely are. But most of your XP is going to come from, like, collecting field guide stuff, like these little sheets everywhere, exploring around the castle and finding things. So, unfortunately, it's not like you can make a second character and then just grind mobs and get, like, higher levels as you go. You have to basically recollect everything you collected your first playthrough. So all of the field guide pages, all of the tokens, all of the quests, you have to revisit all the same locations, you have to re-unlock all the flu powder locations. And for me, that's gonna really hurt a second playthrough. Now, if it was more combat focused and there is a really fun combat loop, but without that being the way to level up, it's not like you can just do that every playthrough. Like, you just got to recollect everything. So, and I think that's a very different, pot and kettle. from other games of this type. Because, I don't know, maybe this is just me, but I don't find it fun to recollect all the same things. Like, throughout the game to level my XP. Like, if it's combat focused, yeah, you are just like if you were doing a collectathon, you're doing the same exact thing you did on a previous playthrough just over and over again. The difference is with combat, there are micro differences. Like, you know, like you might have approached this encounter more stealthily, or you might have used a different combination of spells. You might have just gotten faster at using Protego. You know, like, with combat, there is those small differences, and the way the loop is satisfying is different. But with the collectathon, it's the exact same. There are no differences, no variation, and no modularity in how you approach it, except maybe in what order you collect things. And so, for the leveling system to be so reliant on that, like, I just think that's going to hurt replayability. Like, I can't imagine anyone's going to be, like, rearing to go to replay the game on a second playthrough and then recollect everything. The mentality is just completely different, and it's not very satisfying to do. It's just kind of like retreading the same ground again. Your memory's episode crap? Well, it'll be a new adventure every playthrough. I mean, so, but other than that worry for replayability and a little bit on the optimization front, I'd say the game's a solid 8 out of 10. So far. The story is it's decent. It's nothing to write home about. Like, I'm not like sitting here and like in my seat like desperate to get through the story. It's more like it brings you to interesting locations, and the gameplay is really fun, so obviously you're fine with it guiding you. Basically, the story is serviceable so far. Like, I wouldn't... Maybe it will lead to this crescendo of, like, this perfected thing, but as it's state right now, it's nothing to write home about. Like, I'm not sitting here going, yeah! Can't wait to get through the story, man! And unlike a lot of other RPGs, you don't get to really make any groundbreaking decisions, at least so far. Like, you get occasionally it'll give you like 2 dialogue options, but it's not like you can actually alter the story with your actions or choices, at least, again, so far. So it's very RPG light in this game. Honestly, the thing that's the most RPG about it is this talent tree system thing, which you don't even unlock until like the third or fourth hour of the game. This is the most RPG part of the game, because it's like allocating talent points into like specializations and stuff. That's about it. That's about it. That's unfortunate. And yeah, it is. It's if you're looking for a really satisfying RPG experience, I just sadly can't recommend it on that front. But if you're looking for a game that feels like Harry Potter, that feels like you're in the wizarding world, and then it nails that. This game absolutely nails that on all fronts. The music to a T. The combat loop and using spells in these fun ways, and using Protego to block spells, and then Depulso, and you know, the combination in spell work and that stuff feels like Harry Potter. The music, Harry Potter, like the aesthetic of the castle and the going to classes and learning new spells, that feels like Harry Potter. The world is nailed here for me. And there is an actual open world. Like, it's not just Hogwarts and its grounds you're limited to. You're actually able to travel to Hogsmeade at will, by the way. That's where you sell your stuff, like your gear. You're also able to travel to different, what they're called, hamlets. So like little wizarding villages in the countryside, like Hogwarts Valley, Fieldcroft Region, South Bog. Like, it actually gives you a decent sized map to travel in, and you can travel by broomstick for like speedy, like travel. And you know, you have your own room of requirement which acts as player housing, because you can like create your own stations. There's crafting and gathering and learning like potions and herbology. Like the game is just absolutely nailed on so many fronts for a Harry Potter game that we've always wanted. It's just, again, the two places it hurts most, seemingly, is replayability. Because honestly, the only reason I could see someone wanting to replay this game is if they wanted to see all the different Hogwarts houses and how they slightly differ in the story. That's kind of it for replayability. But that being said, per each playthrough, I've heard people say, like, if you do like every side quest and you do all the side content, the game in total will take like 70 to 80 hours. And if you just speedrun like the main quests, it's closer to like 25 to 30 hours. Personally, I'm already 11 hours in on the one playthrough, and I'm enjoying the heck out of it. It is very satisfying to play this game in a lot of ways. It's just, I'm kind of dreading when I do wrap it all up in like the first playthrough, because the first one might be the only one. Like, I can definitely see, like, playing this through, doing the full 70 hours and, like, hardcoring everything, and then not playing it for, like, a year, and then coming back and playing a second playthrough like it's fresh. I could see it being replayable in that sense, but is it replayable like Skyrim or Divinity Original Sin 2? Is it replayable like those iconic RPGs? Where, you know, the moment you get, like, a decent way through the game, or even finish the game, quote-unquote, with one character, you're like, in one build, you're like, all right, I'm gonna jump to another character in another build. Is it replayable in that way? No. I definitely don't see that. Are you a fan of Steve Zahn? I don't know the name. Steve Zahn? I'd have to look him up. Is he an actor? Oh, that guy. I didn't actually know his real name. I recognize him like from like characters and stuff. I don't really have a strong opinion of him. Like in the stuff I've seen him in, he's entertaining. But yeah, that's kind of my like initial review of the game. Is it's a solid 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 in the perspective of if you're only like really want to live in like Harry Potter for a little while. It's definitely lives up to that. Its flaws are very minor, but those two that right there I think are like the biggest ones. But yep. 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, somewhere in there. Depends on what, like, it's 9 out of 10 if you're more concerned about it like nailing the feel of Harry Potter. It's an 8 out of 10 like as a video game in total.
Aloha Mora.
I don't remember Aloha Mora being that complicated.
Use a disillusionment charm so no one claps eyes on you. This is a restricted area of the castle, after all.
Uh-huh.
Revelio. Revelio.
Quit teasing me, little shit.
How are your students getting along this year?
Rather poorly, I'd say.
Is that so?
You say that every year, Matilda.
Gotta love stealth segments.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide.
Ah, that's the hospital. No wonder I couldn't get up here.
This must be the prefect's bathroom.
Saying that Ranrock's loyalists are preparing for a rebellion. Perhaps Ranrock and Hickok wouldn't be so positive if the military would allow them to have wands. One of those goblins comes near me, I'll hand him his hat. Or helm, I suppose. Anyway, an episode of Goblin Rebellion. My marksman Professor Hecat's class is superb. I don't think that's what that class is for. She's right. Why don't you think so?
Off on another adventure, are we?
Shut up, Ignatia.
Revelio.
No. That's all 50. Okay.
I suppose Professor Black knows best, but the students are terribly disappointed. This season. Hufflepuff? Not Ravenclaw? I know. And Ravenclaw would...
Oh, fuck.
I'm partial to Hufflepuff myself.
No!
What was what? I thought I heard something. Perhaps not. Anyway.
That was close. Oh, I appreciate leaving a big fat like. Much appreciated. Everyone who's watching should do that.
Revelio. Revelio.
Come back for you later.
Yeah, likes always help. They push the content in the algorithm. Likes help out all creators. So, there we go. Boom. Gotcha. Oh, shit. Mine.
Hello, Mr. Moon. I have the moons you asked me to collect.
Oh, goodness! You're as fearless as I'd hoped. An excellent start. If we can collect more, it may shed some light on who's behind all this. Of course, I first suspected Peeves. He drove the previous caretaker, Rancorous Carp, to an early retirement with his intolerable buffoonery. But that does not explain the boggart in Hogsmeade, does it? No. I am determined, with your help, to discover the identity of my tormentor.
Be funny if it was another teacher.
It's definitely intriguing. I'd like to help you solve this mystery.
You, my friend, are a gentle person and a scholar, and I have something to offer in exchange for your assistance. Now, remember, the moons are only retrievable at night. Thus, I encourage you to use a disillusionment when necessary.
Understood. I shall keep an eye out.
I appreciate that.
No. Jenny is not my girlfriend. She is a very good friend, and I love her dearly. But no. My girlfriend doesn't do the whole YouTube thing.
Revelio. Aloha Mora.
Swim now. Finally, I'm not so restricted.
Revelio.
Ah, bastard. So that's how I upgraded, is I help Moon out more. Fair enough.
Revelio.
Hey, Lunatic, how you doing? Return from the wintry mix falling from the sky and work with sandwich. Hello, Asmo. Hello. Hope you're enjoying your sandwich. Yeah. Oh, hello.
Aloha Mora. Revelio.
That's a Run's wife. Hold on, don't mind me. I'm just robbing my teachers blind. Alright, 5 plus 8. That'd be 12, so I need 1. Five plus 8. No, that'd be 13, so I need 0. Alright. Because that's 9, that's 8. 5 plus 8 was 13, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because subtract the 2 from the 5 to make 10 plus 3. Yeah, that's 13. Alright. Alright, so 3 plus 2, that's 5. So I need 9.
Revelio.
Fooper statue. Oh, and the frame rate took a nosedive. I'm the stalwart hero of the land, all your loot are mine. Correct. Put 2 to unlock that.
Revelio.
There you go, the frame rate smooth out there.
Confringo. Incendio. Revelio. Aloha Mora.
Looks like it's seen some shit, indeed. Seen quite a few. They forgot to flash. I'm doing them a favor. Prefect bathroom. I fancy.
Revelio.
If I can get that open, that means I'll be down to only one more of those little shits I need.
Oh, nice to see you, my young friend.
Likewise. Damn, Christ over too. Hey, what's up, Jalen? How's it doing? Long time no see. Long time no see. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hope life's been treating you well. Or at least decently.
Revelio. Confringo. Accio.
Mine.
Aloha Mora.
Don't mind me, I'm just pilfering the castle. For any and all valuables.
Revelio.
Oh, you little shit. Come here, you. You're the second to last one I need. Dang it. Gotcha. Only need one more.
Revelio.
As you enjoy the game so far? I've been having fun with it, surprisingly. I'm enjoying it quite a bit, yeah. It's a solid 8 out of 10 game so far. It's got, in terms of flaws, I think it's only got 2 significant ones. And even then, one of them, in hindsight, with like other games that have released lately, is at best a nitpick. But the other one, on the other hand, is definitely concerning. I think the replayability of this game is going to suffer extensively. Because, and you've been playing it, so you probably have already noticed this, but
Revelio.
The game, in terms of the replayability front, I question if it'll hold out on that. Because the leveling system in this game is very much based around the collectathon. You know, like you look around for items and chests, and you look for locations and find reveals and stuff like that. You look all over for these kinds of things, and that's how you level up, through like the challenge log. As opposed to what most RPGs do, which is they have everything run through the combat. And honestly, I think it'd be better for this game's sake if it was leveling through a combat system, because that makes replayability less arduous. Right now, I can't really see a huge motivation for someone to replay this game. I mean, maybe there's like this like big fundamental thing by the end of the game that will really change significantly if you choose a different house and a different wand and stuff like that. But as it stands right now, the game, it's not going to be very fun to replay. Because as opposed to a fun combat loop, which it does have, you can't just rely on that to grind mobs and level up every playthrough. You have to recollect
the same things that you collected before. You gotta find the same, you gotta find the same special locations. You gotta find the same, like, notable,
Revelio.
like with, Revelio. You gotta find the same little sheets of paper. You gotta do that same exact process again. And unlike a combat loop that's satisfying and fun, there's no micro differences or variation in that style. There's no collect loop, if you will, like there is a combat loop. It's just doing the exact same thing again, which for a lot of people, if nothing else, then to me that sounds very much like a chore. It's like I collected all this and went to all these locations and busted my butt already in one playthrough to do that. Why do I want to do it again? Whereas opposed to combat at least has, you know, it's got that versatility, it's got that snappy playthrough, and it's also got the challenge and difficulty of it in terms of like skill set and practice. Whereas a collectathon, it's really just, do you remember where that was? No? Oh, well then you gotta remember now. Do you remember where it was? Yes. There you go. You win. It's not really like you can approach it with like a different variation. So I do think replayability is gonna suffer significantly in this game. Outside of that and some minor optimization issues, this game is pretty much perfect for what it's set out to be. It's probably the best Harry Potter RPG we could have asked for. So generally, I mostly have compliments to say, but it's just that it's that replayability element and some minor optimization issues that they gotta. Well, the optimization issue they can address. I don't know if they can address the replayability issue. One complaint of mine is on the PS5 version. Alright, so you got the console version. Dealing with the haptic feedback. If you're not familiar with it, it basically has certain features with some games. Haptic feedback. I'm not familiar with it. Haptic feedback. What is that? Haptic feedback. Oh, okay. So it's like the snappiness of some of the combat is not kind of bleeding through. Yeah. Okay, my inventory's full again. Yay! That's real quick. To the room of inquiry I go.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
Oh yeah. Oh shoot, have you not unlocked the room requirement yet? I don't want to spoil too much for you then. I don't know. Are you playing or not? Or are you playing it or are you not playing it, Lady Lunatic? Yeah, it's kind of irritating. It's definitely a game I had to turn it off for. Yeah. To map basic cast to the shoulder buttons. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm playing on PC. Control-wise and combat-wise, it feels great on PC. I can't comment about PS5. But I'm sorry to hear that there's some haptic feedback from the books. I haven't even picked it up. Ah, okay. Yeah, the room requirement from the books is fantastic. It's also fantastic in this game because, you know, you can customize it. Like, literally everything in here is customizable. Like, I can customize different sections of the wall to look different ways. And I can change the color variations. The customization of this place is fantastic. There's even pink. Yes, there is. This is my own personal room of requirement. The game uses it as like player housing. Would there maybe be Warglaive Gothic shelves? I wish. Wouldn't fit this setting anyway. It's very, that would be very sci-fi. I gotta stop by Hogsmeade and sell some of this shite. I guess while I'm over there, I'll also grab the side quest. Oh, you just unlocked the talents? Yeah. I was happy about the talents too. Because the thing is, before I unlocked the talents, I was really... before I unlocked the talents, I was really questioning what makes this an RPG. Because it's like, yeah, it's got gear sets with like stats and stuff. It's like, that's not an RPG. Like an RPG, like there's classes, or there's very least a build structure for like your abilities and how. This actually makes it an RPG, but not like a full one. It's still, I would describe this as an RPG light, even with the talent tree. But you know, I wish it was more of a full-blown RPG in every in every sense, but unfortunately, I would just describe it as a light RPG. Because the actual like role-playing elements it's kind of lacking, especially with like your influence on the story. You got like next to no agency in the story. Most of the time, if the game does give you dialogue options, it's just between being rude or being polite and respectful. It's not really like throw any major hooplas at you, you know what I'm saying? So what do I got for quests? Pulso. Glacius Descendo. Yeah, it is tree. Very much tree. It's not really a tree. It's more like two branches, and they both lead to the same outcome. It's not really a tree. I wish it was. Honestly, the RPG label is thrown on so many games nowadays. Everyone's getting confused what that means. At this point, RPG for most games is starting to just mean, oh, there are armor sets and like gear sets in the game with stats, and maybe a big maybe some like talent tree or something that affects your character's abilities. That constitutes an RPG nowadays. I remember when RPG meant something like Skyrim, where you had these massively different like combinations of skill sets you could level and you could train and you could allocate points to better refine yourself in certain areas that you found most comfortable. I remember when RPG meant that you could make wide sweeping dialogue choices and affect where the story would go, and or at the very least affect how some events played out. Maybe not the broad strokes you couldn't change, but you could change how specific encounters or events or people kind of went down, if you will. I remember when RPG meant that. Now it just means, hey, your gear has stats on it. RPG. Kinda dissatisfying. And this game is very much a light RPG. It's got RPG elements, but the true nature of RPG it really doesn't have, unfortunately. Kind of tempted to get to Pulso. It's a royal family tree. That might be something they could add to on. Like I don't necessarily think they'll be able to add on to that. Not the RPG elements. I mean, that's pretty corely baked into the game. It's not like they can just take that specific bit out and re-edit it in like a patch. The game is more or less built around these systems. If you start trying to change these systems, you therefore have a domino effect for the rest of the game. So I unfortunately think this is going to be the permanent look of the RPG side of the game. Yeah, Pillovers, yeah. I mean, I also don't think they're going to be able to add to the dialogue tree because, again, the whole story of the game is set in stone. Maybe in DLC, like if they like add a new storyline and therefore new dialogue, yes. But I don't think they can edit or fix the existing dialogue or storyline. Again, that's very corely baked into the game. There's a lot they could do in DLC to fix the game up a little bit. I mean, I would like them to add a Quidditch DLC. That might be very, very hard because the broom controls in this game are definitely not designed around that like a sporting game. It's more like this is a mode of travel. And it's more about, like, you can race with it, but that's about it. Like, doing fancy maneuvers, it doesn't look like the game has anything designed around that. So I doubt they're going to add Quidditch even in a DLC. That'd be cool, but they'd have to completely rework how brooms work in that mode if they were to add one. I'd have to make it Blitzball. Sooner get Blitzball next IV. True. Pop balloons over Hogsmeade. What? Collect troll bogies. Cast a pulso on a levitating enemy. Uh-huh. Imagine if XIV had basketball. Oh, God. That would be fascinating. The thing is, I've seen, like, they got the golden saucer, so at this point I'm not writing that off the possibility list. It would certainly not have to be like free-form control. It would be somehow have to be worked in with tab targeting, but I can actually picture them trying to do that. The people at Square Enix behind FF14 are certainly creative. All fucking stand at each other. I mean, that or have one heck of an arm. Just... like... that would be hilarious to watch. Just a whole game of just, like, normal-sized, like, height hoops and a normal-sized basketball, but the whole game played by nothing but Lalafels. That would be a beautiful match. They'd have to have one heck of like a spring in their step, like to the point where they're jumping like 3 times their own height. Or have one heck of a shooting arm. 3 Lalafell in a trench coat. I can't actually picture that, yeah. Little potatoes. They're trying to crawl all over the damn place, you know? I'm so glad tomorrow's Friday. By the way, prior warning to everybody, I will likely not be streaming tomorrow. My lovely lass in my life is coming over and we're spending the day together. It's a date day. So unfortunately, tomorrow, the big day, the big full release day of this game, I will not be playing. Well, I will be playing, but it'll be off stream. The thing is, were you actually trying to convince me? Because there was no way in hell I was ever going to believe that. But I did find that a funny joke. But, yeah. Tomorrow, I'm not ending the stream quite yet here. But I'm just, like, letting you guys know. Well, actually, you know, I could end it here. Because there's plenty of side activities for me to do right now. And I can save... Well, how about this? We'll end the stream off by going to Beast class. And yeah, well, we'll go to the Beast class and then do the Helm of Urtkot right now, because I want to do this right now because I want to see where they lead. But after that, I'm gonna switch off and switch to like side quest Andy for the rest of my night. So, yeah, we got a good at least hour. Like, I have no idea how long these are going to take, but I'm going to assume we have a good hour more of the stream left to do. So, no one run off quite yet. But, yeah, just letting you guys know, tomorrow... excuse me. Tomorrow, I will, not be on. First things first, actually, let's go and visit the broom guy.
Welcome back. I've arranged a special price on the broom upgrade for you. I truly appreciate all of your help. You'll be thrilled with that broom, I promise you. Thanks for stopping by. I must tell you, half of Hogsmeade's been by the shop asking about rumours of a broom upgrade. Without the information you provided, my work would have taken twice as long. Thank you again.
No problem.
It may sound ambitious, but I've already begun work on another upgrade, more difficult to perfect than the last. I wondered, would you be interested in joining forces again? There's another course near Arendelle that Miss Reyes has mastered. If you were to test this first upgrade there, it may help me as I develop the next. Oh, you'll consider it, won't you?
What more can you tell me about the next course?
It's just a jaunt from here, south of Hogsmeade. Beautiful mountain views. The course was designed to test flyer stamina. Some of your classmates mentioned they were headed there, eager to see what Imelda has in store. Yeah. A bit surprising, considering many of them expressed reticence at the idea of racing against us all. I hope that won't deter you, and you'll give the course a go. At least think on it.
Sounds as if you're really outdoing yourself. If I'm able to help, I will.
Thank you. I know this recent success was only the beginning of what I can do for Broom Flight. Report back as soon as you can, and we'll be off to the races.
Sure thing.
Off to the races, then.
Well, I'll save that afterwards. If it ain't now... No, not Helm of Ercot. And before I leave town, let me sell my junk.
One never knows when society will...
Take your time looking about. Plenty of wonderful books to stoke a curious mind like yours.
Gideon's excited schoolboy girl dialogue option. Yeah, that could have. There's a lot of coulds here in regards. Like I said, RPG side of things is very much lacking, but it has potential in a lot of. Yeah, the rest of the game is very, very good.
Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help.
No problemo. And now we can go to Beast.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
Yes. Oh wow, I sped up quite a bit just now. Prison Break. Is it that show? That TV show with the same guy who played the ice dude from Legends of Tomorrow? Captain Cold?
Off on another adventure.
That show? Or am I thinking of the wrong show? Or are you talking about a movie? Because I know there's a show called Prison Break, but I don't know about a movie.
Welcome, everyone.
Ooh, frame rate.
I see you've already met some of the many beasts we study in this class. Though be advised, none of these creatures should be taken lightly. They are all in their own way dangerous, especially if one does not know how to handle them properly. Now, it seems many of you are out of practice. Let's take some time to review the basics of how to care for a beast, shall we? Miss Sweeting, would you please assist our new student with the lesson today?
Yes, Professor Howen. Hello, I'm Poppy Sweeting. Don't worry about Professor Howen's speech. She over-exaggerates sometimes. All the beasts in class are perfectly safe.
Oh! Miss Sweeting, pay attention, please. The tongue of a puffskein can be a slippery devil.
Yes, Professor.
Did it just tongue her?
Here, you can practice on Jerry.
I don't know, the frame rate got skippy there, so I don't know what it just did.
You can use my brush. Just be gentle. Oh, and think pleasant thoughts. I like to think it enriches his experience.
Great.
That's lovely. I'm sure he feels much better.
Again, double A.
I think he might be hungry.
This is
Would you mind giving him some beast feed?
over 100 years before Professor Sprout was born. Professor Sprout was
What do you suppose the pellets taste like to Gerald? Pudding, I like to think. I think we can safely say that Gerald likes you.
That's good news. He seems very nice.
He is. Kindness is one of his best qualities.
Tongues and
right after
noses.
ambition.
Okay.
And cleanliness.
Good work, everyone. Now, let's make our way to the pens and select another beast. And please, do be careful as you feed and groom them. Miss Sweeting, why don't you show our new student to the Neasels in the farthest pen?
Neasels.
This way. The Neasels are over here.
So they're kind of like lynx, but with like a really puffy tail.
Oh, couple of Neasel whiskers ought to get me a few canuts at least. Enough to buy something from Honeydukes. Stupid thing.
You deserve to get maimed.
What in Merlin's name are you doing?
Tuss, peculiar Poppy. Worried about a worthless little rodent.
Her name is Persephone!
Her name is Persephone!
That's really not funny.
Let's go.
Since when did a Ravenclaw be a stooge for a Slytherin? Smack in their
Those
face,
two
I
don't
would.
belong anywhere near this class. Poachers in training. Persephone was onto them instantly. Thank you for your help. Let's carry on. Feed and brush the Neasels just as you did with Gerald.
Will do, will do. Excuse me.
The Neasels really took to you. They know a good egg when they see one. As do I.
It appears our time has come to an end. Please close the pens and see yourselves out. Now, where is our new student? Ah, there you are. I would like a moment, please.
Yeah, no problem. What's up, Teach?
Hello, Professor. You wanted to speak with me?
I did. How did you find your first beasts lesson?
A little laggy?
It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class.
Good. You seem to understand that when beasts are properly controlled, they can play a vital role in our lives. Some provide us with magically imbued materials, if cared for correctly, which does not include torturing them for whiskers. Well done, by the way. Probably best to let me handle it next time.
Yes, Professor.
They're nearly as bad as the Savagers in Rookwood's poacher pack. Sadly, we're the ones who suffer, stumbling over dead beasts. Terrible waste of resources.
Surely the poachers can be brought to justice by someone. The Ministry, perhaps?
An optimistic idea. Now, why don't we focus on more immediate matters that we can control? Professor Weasley has asked that I prepare some assignments designed to help you catch up to the other fifth years. Be on the lookout for my owl. Meanwhile, I also encourage you to study as many beasts as you can on your own time.
Will do.
I need to talk to you. Come here.
What? Yes, Poppy?
Do you need something, Poppy?
Thank you again for saying something to those
What a
brutes
nice
so
name,
that I
isn't
didn't
it?
have to. You were an augury at noon in the desert.
I certainly hope that's a good thing.
It's something my gran and I say. It means that something or someone is a welcome surprise. At least, that's what we decided it meant.
I couldn't stand there and watch them harm the poor thing.
We're of a similar mind. Actually, in light of that, there's someone I'd like you to meet. In the forest.
You've intrigued me. Very well. Lead the way.
I'd hoped I would. I wouldn't take just anyone there. In fact, you're the first.
Am I being hit on?
Well, thank you, I think.
As I said, we think alike. Pleasant surprise.
I'll say this, if the game has romance options, then at least we're...
Don't you think?
Poppy, where are you taking me?
It really is much better if I just show you. Don't worry, we're nearly there. It's just ahead. Stand back.
It's a hippogriff! How you doing?
Please meet Highwing. Isn't she just magnificent?
She actually is pretty pretty.
Go on, introduce yourself to her. But be careful. You must always show hippogriffs the proper courtesy before you approach them.
Yes, like bowing.
I knew it! I don't think I've ever seen a hippogriff take to someone this quickly. You can feed and brush her if you'd like. I come and check on her every once in a while. Bring her pasties, tell her what's going on in the castle. You wouldn't know from looking at her, but she's a dreadful busybody.
Uh-huh. That's cool. I will say this. I could never be like full on evil in any game if it required me to torture or hurt animals. I just couldn't do it. Like animals are like my soft spot. Like that's where I could never be evil. Is I will let all the world burn if it means a puppy lives. Like that's me. That's my I've grown up on a farm. I value animal lives very much above human lives. That's for damn sure. Not all animals. I don't think all animals are equal, but certain animals for sure. Like mine. Actually, real quick short story. Just kind of prove my point though. I was at the there's a local pub, you know, where I occasionally go for a drink, we'll say. And while I was at the bar, there was this weird lady who was like talking to I don't know, I don't know if it was her boyfriend or brother or just some guy she was hanging out with, but she was talking to him about like how a story apparently she had heard on the news where someone had broken into a house, and the person attempted to kill the family dog, and the dog leapt on the person and like tried to, you know, bite at their throat, and the owner of the dog came by, and instead of pulling the dog off, he egged the dog on to bite the throat out, and then pulled his gun and shot the robber. So, which, you know, begs the question, how did people know that the owner egged the dog on? But I digress. And she was like how could anyone ever like kill another human being for a dog? And I couldn't help myself. Maybe it was just the fact that I was 4 Guinness in, but I was like, I looked her dead in the eye and I went, I'd kill every single person in this pub before I let anyone even put a scratch on my dog. None of you have equal value to my dog. I'm sorry. Ain't happening. Call me psycho. But no. Like my pets and the only thing like for me in terms of value that is above my pets is like my family, and even then specific family members, not my whole family. It's not universal. Just my closest family are above that. Everybody else is below my pets. Like the rest of humanity is below my pets. If someone were like to hold out to me like, before me, this device that I hold is a nuclear device. If you do not take it from my hand right now, I will detonate it and destroy half of all the eastern seaboard, as well as the western seaboard. I will send Mexico into the earth. I will destroy South America. I will level France and Britain and Russia. There will be nothing left. Now, you could save them all by simply grabbing this device. Or you could save your dog over there that's currently... Before I even finished, I'd be going to my dog. They just they'd just be watching me go right by. He's like... I'm not bluffing. I don't care. I'll do it. Go ahead. My dog's more important. That's me, okay? I love my pets.
I thought she was brilliant. Can't believe you introduced me to her.
Do I like cats? I like my cats.
You two might get along.
Are you the reason students have been seeing hippogriffs flying above the Forbidden Forest?
Perhaps. Did you know that once you earn a hippogriff's trust, they'll always be there for you? I've seen it firsthand with her.
How exactly did you and Highwing cross paths?
It's a longer story, but I rescued her from poachers a few years back. Got her to safety and, well, she was fine until recently. You may have noticed that poachers are something of a problem in the area, so I worry they could get her again. And I might not be there next time.
Professor Howin mentioned the poachers as well. She seemed to imply that we couldn't rely on the Ministry to help.
I don't often agree with Professor Howin, but on that, I fear she's right. The poachers' influence is growing. I see them every day in the village, lingering, talking to people. They're up to something. I'm just not sure what.
Poaching? Crazy idea.
That does seem strange. Sounds as if they're planning something.
Exactly. I think I'm going to look into it. Find out what's going on. What they're doing.
I think that's a fine idea. Information is power.
And the more I know, the better I can keep Highwing safe.
You seem undeterred. Will you let me know what you find out?
Oh, very well. I will. I should be going, but we'll speak
I like
again
Gremlin.
soon, I hope.
Gremlin's a cutie. Hey, Ludus. How you doing? Hello, friendo. Alright, now let's do Depulso. I suppose we're unlocking Depulso.
Accio!
Question, is the game worth $60? Yes. Absolutely. Any other questions? I have a question though. Are you a fan of Harry Potter? Or at the very least, do you find it interesting enough to justify? Because I will say this: if Harry Potter in any way repulses you, then no. Because this game is pure Harry Potter, like through and through.
Folks still talk about you taking down that troll in the village, sir.
Hello, Miss Ryan. I wanted to thank you again for your help with Rookwood and Harlow the day of the troll attack.
Sirona, please.
Good enough. Then yes.
Then I was happy to help. Oh, those two are nothing but trouble. Glad you and your friend were here when they found you.
I am too. You were speaking to a goblin here that day.
Yes, Lodgok. He's a
Sirius
friend.
was bestest. It was very upsetting when he passed.
It seems as though you were on good terms with him.
I've known him for years. We met when I was waiting tables here as a student, well before I bought the place. He was cordial enough, but we weren't friends then. His mistrust of wizard kind ran deep.
But you're friends now?
We are. Hadn't seen him in years when he came in a few months ago. But he recognized me instantly, which is more than I can say for some of my own classmates. Took them a second to realize I was actually a witch, not a wizard. Not all goblins are like Ranrock and his loyalists. Lodgok is as worried as the rest of us about what's been going on.
In that case, I'd like to talk with him, about Ranrock in particular. Where might I find him?
I assume your interest is to do with the rumors I've heard about Ranrock working with our friend.
I wasn't even in high school, though.
If he's not here, you might find him doing business at the Hog's Head.
Jeez, how old was
He's
I?
a trusted metal trader. You should mention that we spoke.
I don't think I was in the double digits
understandably,
yet.
Be wary of witches and wizards, even ones as young as you. That said, if you're looking for information on Ranrock to help rein him in, you'll find an ally in Lodgok.
Have you heard what Ranrock and Rookwood are working on together?
Not much more than the fact that they seem to have some sort of uneasy alliance.
That's all she mentioned.
Friendship
Alright.
between wizards and
If
goblins
that's
is
as
rare
far
enough.
as it goes,
But between those
this
two,
is the perfect way
they
to
each
do
want something
trans
the other
representation,
has.
or
I
any
can
representation.
guarantee it.
Take
That's
note,
it.
Wokos.
I fear they're like a two-headed serpent. Both will need to be taken down to stop whatever scheme they've been plotting.
Like, if that's as far as it goes in terms of like pushing the trans stuff in there, then this is the perfect way to do it. Like, Sirona. Okay, was I saying Sonora? Sirona is like, this is how you do like diversity and representation in media. You just do it. Like, you don't need to make a big deal about it. You don't need to put a highlight on it. You don't need to make the narrative about it. You don't need to make it the end-all, be-all of a given character. You just put it in there and leave it. Let it lie. That's all you gotta do. Done. This is how you do representation in media without being propaganda and cringe. You just normalize it. Let it lie. So if this is as far as it goes, fuck it, they nailed it. This is how you do diversity in games.
You seemed unfazed by Rookwood and Harlow the other day. They don't scare you.
They're bullies. Plain and simple. Never tolerated them in my own life, and certainly won't tolerate them going after my friends. Don't misunderstand me. They're dangerous wizards and shouldn't be trifled with. They should, however, be confronted and reminded, whenever possible, that the rest of us have each other's backs.
Thank you, Sirona.
If you find Lodgok, please give
Oh,
me my
I did
best.
ask that, and she did mention it was her wife.
I don't know what you've done to make such powerful enemies, but please, watch your back.
I do my best, lass. Okay.
The young today aren't willing to put in the work.
Good thing the Ministry banned underage sorcery. Can't trust the young.
Can't trust the young? Fuck you. I see, you can't trust the old and senile.
Hello. Good to see you outside the castle.
You too, Amit.
Huh?
Welcome to the Og's Head. Any empty seat is yours.
What do we have?
Revelio.
Oh, there's one here. Note to self, come back here at nighttime.
something?
Hello, Lodgok.
Hello, Lodgok. Sorona said I might find you here.
She did she? Did she send you with news?
No, actually, I wanted to speak with you. It's about Ranrock.
Now I remember. The 3 broomsticks. Day of the troll attack. You're the student he's after.
I am, and I need to know what he and his loyalists are up to so I can stay a step ahead.
Let's say I did know. Why should I trust you?
Sorona trusts me, and she thought our interests may be aligned.
Well, if Sorona trusts you, very well. I may know of something that could help us both. A way to get Ranrock to confide his plans to me.
I'm listening.
Years ago, a heinous witch stole a sacred goblin relic. Rumor has it that it now rests in her sarcophagus, in a tomb accessible only by wizard kind. Ranrock and I had a falling out a while back. The relic could well repair the chasm between us.
Very well. I'll retrieve the relic if you promise to share Ranrock's plans with me.
We will have to trust each other. I, that you will not abscond with the relic, and you, that I'll share what I learn. Gather whatever supplies you may need, and meet me near the witch's tomb.
Yes, sir.
What do we have here? A demiguise. Mine now, demiguise.
There we go.
Fire is the best way to protect yourself against inferi.
I simply pretended that someone...
Alright, now to meet with Lodgok near the witch's tomb.
I'm ready.
Good. There's no time to lose.
What precisely is the relic I'm to retrieve?
A valuable heirloom known as the Helmet of Urtgott. The witch considered herself a collector and purchased the helmet as a trinket. She cared not what pain she caused the goblins. Goblins believe that the rightful owner of any object is its maker, not its purchaser.
Wizard kind see things differently. It's a wonder goblins and wizards have ever been able to work together.
The differences between our kinds are myriad.
They seem to be.
It may surprise you to know that I do not believe those differences always to be insurmountable. It is the reason I find myself traveling with you to this tomb today.
Levioso.
There we are.
Ah, and there it is. The witch's tomb.
Dreadful looking place, isn't it?
I wish you luck retrieving the helmet. As a wand carrier, you should have an advantage. Now, before you set off, do you have any questions?
It seems Ranrock and Rookwood are conspiring. Why would that be?
I had heard this. When the dark-hearted conspire, they seldom make their full intentions clear to one another. I can only speculate, but I imagine their alliance is uneasy and quite fragile. Let us hope that ours is less so.
What about this helmet makes it so special?
The helmet of Urtkot is an ancient and storied relic, forged during a time of unity among the goblin clans. It inspired greatness, that is, until it was no longer ours. Then it became something else. A symbol of what has been lost, of all that wizard kind has taken from us. Reclaiming it would mean a great deal to goblin kind, and to Ranrock. He would be grateful to me should I return it.
Don't suppose you have any idea what could be waiting for me inside the tomb?
Considering a dark witch was involved, I suppose there's a chance you may encounter the Dark Protectors, known as Inferi. The foul creatures thrive on darkness and the cold. Vanquish them with light, force, and most effectively fire.
It all seems clear to me now that we're here.
I do hope our alliance proves fruitful. Again, I wish you luck. I will remain here, eagerly awaiting your return. Please, be careful.
I'll do my best.
Revelio. It's sealed. Lumos. Moths. Curious. Revelio. Merlin's beard.
Decorous blazer, you say?
Revelio. Lumos. This can't be the witch's tomb. Likely I need to go further. Revelio. Caporso. Revelio. Lumos. Levioso. I have a feeling I'm not alone here.
Nope. The undead, no doubt, will rise. Yeah, here they come. And Fury must be struck with fire spells to make them vulnerable to other attacks. Great. Fucking brilliant.
Incendio. Confringo. Incendio. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Defender.
Well, that was fun. Stench of the Dead.
Revelio. Compulsor. Revelio.
I just ran into one of those. I don't have fire yet. Hey. Well, you unlock it through the main story quest, so maybe you should progress that a little bit. So I can't blame you for going out and exploring.
Lumos. If I could power it somehow, it looks like it could be rotated. Lumos.
Second you could get off campus. I mean, yeah.
Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Need to get that platform closer. But how? Wingardium Leviosa. Reparo. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio.
There we are.
What's that hanging there? Looks precarious. Down I go. No other way.
Depulso! Revelio!
No other way. There's a door right here. Fire good. Yes.
Reparo! Wingardium Leviosa! Revelio! Oh!
Fuck was that? Oh. Oh. Okay.
Incendio! Confringo! Confringo! Incendio! Levioso! Incendio! Defendo! Expelliarmus! Confringo! Confringo! Incendio! Expelliarmus! Defendo! Incendio! Incendio! Confringo! Defendo! Incendio! Confringo!
Level 22.
Revelio! Lumos! Cabolso!
This looks even more complex.
Lumos! Levioso! Compulso! Reparo! Lumos. Depulsor. Lumos. Levioso. Depulsor. Revelio.
Big chest.
Depulsor. Flipendo.
Oh, I think I get it.
Lumos. Depulsor. Lumos.
Witch's final resting place. Lodgok said the helmet was in her sarcophagus. A dead Ashwinder. Better show this to Lodgok.
Revelio.
There must be some sort of mechanism for this doorway.
Well, there you go. You like Confringo, Jenny?
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Lodgok, the sarcophagus had been raided. I found no helmet, only a dead Ashwinder.
Damn! They got here first. We need to get it before Rookwood uses it to further ingratiate himself to Ranrock. I saw one of their campsites not far from here, but I fear you must go in alone. My fighting days are behind me.
I'll head there now.
Good. There's no time to lose. Get to that helmet before Rookwood does, or we will lose our chance at any leverage, no matter how small, with Ranrock. To think those wretched thieves have their hands on such a relic.
Revelio. Accio. Levioso.
Allow me. Expulso! Plans must be carefully and strategically laid out. Let's get this over with, shall we?
Levioso! Accio!
There they are. The Ashwinders.
A lamb to the slaughter. You're the one who...
Incendio!
You made a mistake.
What are you playing at?
Dead! From above!
Confringo! Defendo!
Expulsion!
Incendio!
Quite conductive, aren't we? Expulso!
Expelliarmus!
Hard to pin down.
Defendo!
Now you've gone too far. Expulso!
Incendio!
Barely felt anything at all. Expulso!
Confringo!
Now to finish the job. Expulso! Expulso! Right, that's mine! Expulso!
Defendo! Incendio!
Expulso!
Hardly Expelliarmus!
No!
Confringo!
Expulso!
It's short good!
Might want to look up.
Expulso! Incendio! Expelliarmus!
Should think they felt that in London.
Well, that was interesting.
Revelio! That's it.
This is for Rookwood!
Ah, how delightful.
Depulso!
You let Nora Blackwell go, didn't you?
Flipendo! Depulso!
I've seen...
Flipendo!
Impressive.
Defendo! Confringo! Expelliarmus!
Nobody will believe I defeated an Ashwinder by myself.
Revelio.
That's what makes it such a good defense, though, when you think about it. If anyone ever is like, hey, how dare you use something so dangerous on your own? It's like, who would ever, especially a student, take on an entire camp of Ashwinders? Like, do I look crazy to you? And they'd be like, oh, well, yeah, that certainly doesn't make any sense. And the likelihood you would have actually succeeded in beating them is incredibly low.
Wonder if I'm safe to explore in there. I retrieved the helmet from the Ashwinders.
Well done. This is sure to impress Ranrock. The helmet shines even more brightly than I imagined. The etchings, the contour of the profile, remarkable.
It looks stunning, Lodgok. I see why you wanted it back.
You did the thieves a service by recovering it. I know many a goblin who would have killed for it.
Ah, then I'm glad to be rid of it myself.
Thank you. This should earn Ranrock's trust. I will take it to him immediately. It may distract him from his search.
His search?
It is merely an inkling. You have impressed me greatly, friend. I am glad that I trusted you. We shall speak soon. Best to keep our arrangement quiet for now. Many will not believe that our aims might possibly be aligned.
Hello, friend. I wonder if you might stop by the Three Broomsticks when you can. I would like your help with something.
Deke. Ah, Deke is so happy to see you. Deke noticed this bag in the room the other day. You must need it to help with your schoolwork. Deke has seen one of these before. Deke calls it a knapsack. Perfect for gathering and transporting beasts.
Beasts?
Pleasant little breeze.
I have been thinking about something Professor Howin said in Beasts class. That I should study as many beasts as I can on my own time.
So are we getting
She
our
also
own Newt
mentioned
Scamander
poachers have
suit?
been active in the area.
Or suitcase?
So, perhaps the beasts will be safer with us than out on their own.
Precisely what Deke was thinking. You see, the room knew exactly what you needed, and luckily, Deke can show you how to best use the knapsack and where. Come along then. Our first stop.
I...
She hasn't been herself lately. I'd like to take you up on your promise to visit her with me. I'm heading to Feldcroft soon, so I'll look forward to seeing you there. It's just south of Hogwarts. By the way, hope you're faring well with the blasting curse. It's still one of my favorites.
Now that you've attended Beasts class, I've asked Deke to assist you in using the room to further your studies in that regard. Please meet him there when you can.
I've not heard from my Uncle Roland in quite some time. I've been beside myself with worry. Could you meet me in the courtyard?
I'll save that for later. Okay then. I am gonna call the stream there today. And I'm only gonna play a little bit more this afternoon, just get some of the side quests out of the way, probably unlock a little Homora, all that fun stuff. But otherwise, I am all set. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll catch you guys probably Sunday with it, because tomorrow I'm with my girlfriend, and Saturday I have the well, assuming everyone's going to be available for it, the Cyberpunk Raid campaign. Excuse me. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you all have an amazing night. Hope you guys enjoy the stream. Leave a like, subscribe, all that fun stuff, and I'll catch you guys later. Bye bye.